Lone Star State, we do things a little different. We are Texas made, one of a kind.
Show me what you got, boys. Let's get it.
Where real recognizes real.
Shut left, boys. Let's go racing. Go!
We show up, and you know we always hold it down.
Put the pedal to the metal.
And we get loud.
1, green flag. Put that truck out. Clear.
So you come to Texas, you better come ready.
Gloves are off, boys.
Nothing comes easy.
We're gonna keep firing at them,
And
boys.
today is no exception.
Check a flag right here.
This is the NASCAR Cup Series with Race Day on FS1.
And the driver who stands alone in victory lane, rocking the cowboy hat later today, will definitely earn the victory. It's been a crazy weekend in Texas, and today, 38 of the best drivers will look to tame this mile-and-a-half track. Last week, it was a 1-2-3 Hendrick Motorsports finish, so how does it get bigger than that? Well, you know what? Texas is going to show us how. As we say hello and welcome to Race Day here on FS1. I'm Shannon Spake, along with America's crew chief Larry McReynolds, of course, the Daytona 500 champ Jamie McMurray. And we've got some big headlines, right? Everything's bigger in Texas. So what are some of the biggest storylines that you have going into the race?
We've been going to Texas Motor Speedway since 1997, but we are now only racing there one time a year. In our last 7 races there, we have had 7 different winners. But the big storyline, it seems like we just left Daytona about 2 weeks ago, but we are a third of the way through the regular season. And think about all the drivers that's still looking for that first win of 2024. A lot of our champions, last year's champion Ryan Blaney, his teammate Joey Logano, Martin Truex Jr. still trying to find victory lane, and we're almost a fourth of the way through the entire season.
Yeah, and Texas it's such a tough track, and you heard all the drivers talk about that yesterday in qualifying. Turns 3 and 4 have all this banking, and it gives you this confidence when you get down to 1 and 2 that you're going to have grip, but you don't. And I think it's safe to say that turns 1 and 2 at Texas might be the hardest turn in NASCAR. We saw it bite a lot of guys in practice, and it's just a really hard track to get a balance on both ends.
And what you guys didn't see before we came on air, Jamie was wearing the cowboy hat that I had on yesterday. We had to rip it out of his grip. Here are our lead lap headlines. Lead lap, Jamie wearing the cowboy hat. Yesterday, Kyle Larson won the pole for today's race. Larson has won once at Texas, and he's won once this season. On Friday night, it was Kyle Busch. He won the Texas Truck Series race for the 6th time, but of course Saturday was a totally different story. Both Kyle and Hall of Famer Jimmy Johnson were involved in practice crashes. They're going to have to start from the back of the field today. For more on those former champions and where they're going to start, let's go to Regan Smith and Jamie Little, the best in the biz. We're going to say howdy to Regan Smith, who will kick us off.
Well, howdy, Shannon. You just mentioned Jimmy Johnson having to go to the back today here at Texas. It was a challenge. 7-time Texas Motor Speedway winner, the most winning driver all time at this track. Came back to the Cup Series for the first time since Daytona earlier this year. And in practice yesterday, Jamie talked about turns 1 and 2 at the track and the troubles it has been causing for people. Unfortunately for Jimmy, he got loose down there, got into the wall. That caused right side damage to the car. The team was forced to change the right front quarter panel, the right rear quarter panel, the bumper, the suspension on the right side. But I talked to crew chief Jason Burdett. He said the car is fine now. The goal today, to get Jimmy as many laps as they can and get him acclimated to this new Cup car that he does not have a lot of time in. Jamie?
Regan, racing can be so cruel. Take, for instance, Kyle Busch. He wins the truck race on Friday night on top of the world. That's his 20th win here across all 3 series at Texas Motor Speedway. Then he gets in his Cup car Saturday morning. You saw it there. He hits turn 2 wall, has to go to a backup. This is the exact same spot that he hit in the race here in the fall. I talked to Randall Burnett, his crew chief, and he said there's a lot of work to get these cars ready to go, ready to hit the track for the very first time. The team was here until 4 in the afternoon yesterday, came in early today. They already had the inserts in there, so that was a little bit of a help. But their biggest question for today is how this car is going to handle in traffic, especially because he's coming from the back of the field. Needless to say, Kyle Busch has his work cut out for him today, Shannon.
Thank you so much, Jamie. She got the blue memo. Did you see that?
She
the
did.
little blue memo.
Blue day.
I mean, listen, if Kyle's weekend isn't an example of the highs and the lows of this sport, you win your 20th race in the Truck Series on Friday, and now this.
Yeah, and I mean, he's won 4 Cup races at Texas, but I'd like to sit here here and tell you the only problem that Kyle Busch has had this year is turns 1 and 2 at Texas Motor Speedway. I think that would be an understatement. You know, this race team, he joined Richard Childress Racing last year, and they won 3 of the first 15 races, but I'm beginning to believe that was just an anomaly because it started nosing over, and this year, other than that third place finish at Atlanta, they just cannot find their way. There's something about this Gen 7 car that he's not embracing right now, and unfortunately, Richard Childress Racing, they have no measuring stick right now. The only thing they do know, it's not the Chevrolet Camaro because Hendrick Motorsports is doing a pretty good job. Kyle Busch has now fallen to just 1 point above the playoff cut line.
There was a time at Texas when Jimmy Johnson would win every, I feel like just hand him the trophy, right. But, I mean, he's got a lot more challenges today than just starting in the back of the field.
He does. It's only his 4-star. Regan talked about this. His lack of experience in the Gen 7 car. Larry talked about it even with Kyle Busch. And if you go back to the beginning of 2022, all the drivers had trouble with this car. We saw a lot of guys lose control, spin out. Jimmy, I saw multiple times in practice that he happened to hit this time, but he had a couple of moments in the middle of turns 1 and 2. And I think it also is, it tells the story of you take what's possibly the greatest NASCAR driver of all time, you put him in part-time, just how hard part-time is for anybody.
It's hard enough full-time.
That's right.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge out there. All right, giddy up, ride 'em cowboy, whatever you want to say, because we're going to get her done in Texas today. Here is what is around the turn.
Race day is rolling right along here in the Lone Star State. Larry Mack sits down with the crew chief of the number 24 car, Rudy Fugle, following a historic win at Martinsville. Then we'll chat Bubba Wallace as he continues to find success early in the season. They say everything's bigger in Texas. And this red carpet brings big stars. Brian Keselowski joins us live. And we're not done talking about the 24 car. No. The only driver with 3 wins this season, William Byron, stops by. Later, we're in for some fun with our lovable and unpredictable Michael Waltrip on the grid wall. This is Race Day on FS1.
What they're giving, 'cause I'm working for a living.
We believe in the 2-minute drill, goal line stands, toe taps, strip sacks. We believe in beer snakes, the giddy up, and whatever this guy's doing. We believe in speed and power, hustle and grit, and that nothing is more dangerous than a man with a dream.
A star is born in the UFL.
We believe in football, United Football League, Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox.
Back here on race day, man, Hendrick Motorsports just celebrating all week long. That 1-2-3 finish, of course. Kyle Larson, that 5 car goes out, and he's starting from pole position today. Very fast in qualifying. He will line up right next to Ty Gibbs. How about row 2?
Yeah, right behind him, you see Christopher Bell won at Phoenix earlier this year and has won at both at Texas in both the Xfinity Series and the trucks. And beside him, Tyler Reddick won both the Cup Series and Xfinity Series race here at Texas.
Row 3, Chase Briscoe qualified 5th at Martinsville, 5th for Texas today. Speaking of 5th, finished 5th there in 2022, and William Byron won there last September. He's won 3 of the first 8 races of this season.
Well, I don't have any 5ths, but I do have the 2023 champ here in row 4. Also won the All-Star race here in 2022, 5th last week at Martinsville. Beside him, it's been a tough start to the year for Austin Cindric, but he does have a little momentum, won here in the Xfinity Series.
Let's go back to row 6, Denny Hamlin, that 11 car, 3 Texas wins, but none since 2019. 2 wins this year, his only top 5s in 2024, and Ross Chastain finished 2nd last September. That's his only top 10 finish at Texas.
I wonder if you could barbecue watermelon, like, you know, got watermelon out there.
We should ask Ross.
But,
I think he would know.
We could definitely do that. Haven't we asked Bob Pockers? Because it's always business with Bob.
It's the business with Bob.
From Indy cars to stock cars to sprint cars, it's been a busy week for Kyle Larson, who will lead the Cup field to green for the 3rd consecutive race as he won the pole here at Texas on Saturday. He then went across the street and had an okay night at his high-limit sprint car series race where he finished 14th. This all came 3 days after a successful Indy 500 Open test where he posted the 2nd fastest speed. He told me his most important laps weren't the fast ones where he got a good tow, but the ones in traffic where he was able to learn. Austin Hill will make his first Cup start of the season today. He has 4 races this year on the Cup side with Richard Childress Racing. He has Keith Rodden as his crew chief. Rodden and Justin Alexander recently swapped roles, with Alexander taking over at Martinsville as crew chief for Austin Dillon. The buzz in the garage continues to be which teams will buy and which teams will sell charters prior to 2025. The focus remains on Stewart-Haas Racing, which doesn't have a manufacturer deal yet for next year and still needs major sponsorship. The hurdle in all this is that there isn't a charter extension yet signed between NASCAR and the teams, and negotiations could continue deep into the summer. And that's the business with Bob.
The business has been picking up all weekend in Texas Motor Speedway. It's been a very busy weekend from the Truck Series race on Friday, of course, the Xfinity Series race last night. That was one heck of a finish.
Sieg and Mayer going at it at Texas. Back to the start-finish line. This one is going to be tight. Who got it done? Photo finish. What a thriller.
Oh, my gosh. This is one of the closest finishes I've ever seen. Sam Mayer, the one car gets a win.
Inches. It's the second closest finish in series history.
So the three of us sat up here yesterday and talked about how Sam Mayer needed to turn it on. He needed to have a good weekend. And man, .002. What an awesome way to finish that race.
Yeah, you know, the drivers, even this weekend, have been critical of this track, but that was as good of a race as you're going to get. And not just the finish that we saw yesterday, but just the race in general. Really, really exciting to watch. And I mentioned both ends of the track being different. And part of what made that race turn out to be so spectacular is that Ryan Sieg's car was terrible in turns 1 and 2, and Sam Mayer was able to generate that run and get side by side with him. That was about as exciting as you're going to get.
So was that like the appetizer for this main course that we're going to have today?
I'm not going to rule it out, but that's the type of finish we expect to see at Daytona, at Talladega, maybe the new Atlanta. But I do think back to some mile-and-a-half finishes, the old Atlanta Motor Speedway, where they would go through 3 and 4, and they would get separate, and then by the time they got to the start-finish line of the checker flag, they would come back together. But I don't want to take anything away from that win for Sam Mayer. I know he needed that win. But Ryan Sieg, a family-owned organization out of Tucker, Georgia, 342 starts, almost got that first win. And he actually got passed for the lead on a final lap at Atlanta 2 years ago by Ty Gibbs.
You're like, this close. I mean, this close.
We don't pull for people, but what a cool story that would have been.
It was. Of course, the cool story last week, 1, 2, 3 finish for Hendrick Motorsports coming up. Of course, William Byron got the victory, but what about his crew chief? Larry sat down with Rudy Fugle to talk about the big win. It is coming up next on race day. You guys look so handsome.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Brace for impact. It's Friday Night SmackDown on Fox. As the baddest superstars on the planet are unleashed in prime time.
Listen to this place.
All new Friday Night SmackDown, sponsored by Progressive at 8/7 Central on Fox.
Howdy, y'all. Welcome back to race day. I had to do it. I mean, we're in Texas. You gotta.
You're on it.
I'm doing my best. 24 car did its best last week. William Byron behind the wheel. He's won 3 times in 8 races. And Larry, I know you spent some time with his crew chief this week.
Yeah, I had a lot of things that I wanted to learn about Rudy Fugle. Mainly, where did the name Rudy come from? A lot of people know him as William Byron's Cup Series crew chief, but they had a lot of success in the Truck Series back in 2016. Take a look.
The 24 wins, we got to do it. Rudy, 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 Rudy.
Hey, Larry.
Rudy, hey.
How we doing?
Good.
See ya.
Love it when you win on Sunday. I get to do my Rudy chant.
Yeah,
I love doing that on Race Hub.
I love it. Thank you.
All right, so Ryan Fugle, where did Rudy come from?
Yeah, there's a guy named Bruce Cook. So he's been around
I know
car
Bruce.
chiefs. Yeah. He was my first car chief. I was an intern engineer. I was begging Bruce to get on the road, and they finally had an opening. And I think that's why Bruce called me that, is just because I was trying so hard to get on team, sort of like Rudy was.
Yeah, I had to look it up to see what your first name was, because all I knew was Rudy.
Rudy Fugle.
Rudy Fugle.
Rudy Fugle.
Rudy Fugle.
And Rudy Fugle.
And then you ended up at Kyle Busch Motorsports. You were there for 8 years. You won 28 races with 6 different drivers. That had to be a hard gig to leave, considering that kind of success.
Yeah, that was the biggest stepping stone to myself having personal success and winning it as a crew chief, and you learn how to race and win from winners.
2016 Kyle Busch Motorsports, you and William Byron, 7 wins. Are you amazed at how much talent he truly has?
Before 2016 year, we went to dinner one night, and I looked him up a little bit, kind of seen what his success was and what was going on, and he just won everything. If he sees the front, he wins. but it took a lot of polishing to get him to the point he is now.
The longest distance between 2 points is the Truck and Xfinity Series garage and the Cup garage.
I agree with you 100%. The competition level is unreal, but the process to win races is the same.
Are you kidding me? Daytona 500! Yes, sir! What a drive! What a car! Hell yeah! 40th anniversary!
You couldn't find 3 more diverse racetracks. That has to be encouraging that you're not a one-trick pony, one-track pony right now.
Yeah, no, it's great.
As soon as you pair those two together, lights out.
You were probably like a little bit of a comfort level that came in and wrapped your arms around him.
You know, that's been the goal with all the young drivers, is to make them feel like it's a fit. That comfort is probably what's made him come into his own, and you see that, you know, during the races, he's just able to communicate and kind of vent his frustrations a little bit more easily.
5 down, working 6.
I'm telling you, that guy is probably the most underrated crew chief in the garage. They're going to win a lot of races. Don't blink on them.
And that made all the difference.
The guy from New York that made his way down here, became an engineer intern at Robert Yates Racing, and now you're a Daytona 500 championship crew chief.
Yeah, that was it. That was the biggest moment. This is what I've been waiting for. Holy cow. My entire life, this is what my dreams were, and I got emotional.
First time I've ever been emotional winning a race. I'm so freaking proud of you! Woo!
Yeah, I knew this before sitting down with Rudy, but I think the best way to describe Rudy Fugle, he is just a racer through and through. But I did learn this about him, and I'm a little jealous because I didn't do a good job at this for 18 years. Rudy is all in 100% to what he does as a crew chief of that 24 car, but he still finds the balance between his family, his wife and his 4 kids. And I loved it when he told me, when they told him he was going to be working at William Byron with Kyle Busch Motorsports in the Truck Series before 2016, I looked him up to see what he had done.
Yeah, I knew you got to get the Rudy in, Larry.
Rudy.
I know.
Rudy.
You gonna do it? You gonna do it?
I'm not. Is that like the crew chief haircut? Like, what do you guys got going on there?
Well, it's from dealing with you drivers.
There you go. How much pride do you think it takes to have a relationship and kind of grow with a driver in that relationship?
Yeah, so when they announced this, I didn't think it was going to work, because we've seen a lot of guys have success at a lower level, move on to Cup, not have the success they want, and go back and get a crew chief because they have like some comfort with them. But just because you had comfort with them at a lower level and you had success, it doesn't guarantee that you're going to have it at the Cup level. But they clearly have proven me wrong there. And I also look back at, if you think back, he had Chad Canales as his crew chief prior to that. From 2002 to like 2018, every driver wanted Chad Canales as their crew chief. So, but it just shows that you get the right grouping together, and if they believe in each other and they have the resources, they've made it work.
And of course, you know, Chad still has his hands and is a big part of everything that happens there. Here's where the Hendrick Motorsports teams are going to start today's race. You got Kyle Larson from that pole position, William Byron P6, Alex Bowman 14th, Chase Elliott a little further back in 24th. And of course, you had that 1-2-3 finish by Hendrick Motorsports last week, Alex Bowman finishing 8th. Let me guess, Jamie Mack, if I had to put you in the spot and say that maybe a Hendrick Motorsports driver wins today, you're going,
yeah,
yes?
I feel pretty good about it. Obviously, I'm a fan of Larson, but he won the last mile and a half that we were at Las Vegas. But I think back to William Byron that day, and he had what I think was the best car. Got this huge trash bag stuck on his grill early on in the race. They spent the whole day trying to recover it. I think that if Byron doesn't have this issue, he's one of the guys challenging Larson for the win. They both qualified in the top 6 today, so I think both those guys are going to have a good day.
But let's talk about the other side of the spectrum. Alex Bowman and Chase Elliott qualified outside the top 10. Chase Elliott is 24th, and I did not see a lot in yesterday's practice that tells me they're going to run that strong. I know they're making a little noise here lately. Chase Elliott, back-to-back top 5s. On the short tracks, Alex Bowman, 3 top 10s in his last 4 races. They both have moved inside the top 10. But Chase Elliott, I found this to almost not even be believable. Of his 18 wins, he's only won twice at a mile-and-a-half racetrack. In the Gen 7 car, he has never even had a top 5 finish, so kind of searching it at the bigger tracks with the Gen 7.
It's got to be almost more frustrating for Chase Elliott to see the success that Byron and Larson have at the mile-and-a-halfs in this car, because it tells you that they have the equipment, they have the setups they need. He just has to figure out what he needs out of that
Probably pretty frustrating for the folks at the Dawsonville Pool Hall as well.
They're ready to ring that siren.
They're ready. See, he said siren. It's been a wild season so far, from a historic photo finish, a questionable restart, and tempers. We're going to relive some of the best when race day continues here on FS1. Yeah, they're jamming out at Texas Motor Speedway. Big Hoss, family ready to go. Welcome back. Take a look. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. down there in Texas Motor Speedway. Gorgeous day, mid-80s for this race. And after this race is over, we'll be 1/4 through the season. We've seen a lot in the first 8 weeks. Wet weather, surprise winners, surprise losers, Larry Mack's bow tie, and oh yes, some great racing.
Drivers, start your engine. 8 races in, NASCAR is off to a roaring start.
It's going to be close.
And it all began with William Byron winning the Great American Race.
Let's go! Are you kidding me?
For his Hendrick Motorsports team, it's their 40th anniversary. And so far, they've had lots to celebrate, including last week's historic result.
A 1-2-3 finish for Hendrick Motorsports.
Speaking of high-profile finishes, Atlanta was unbelievable.
Photo finish! You ever seen anything like that?
However, the restart at Richmond caused quite the controversy.
Home track win for Hamlin.
Whatever your thoughts on the matter, Denny Hamlin has 2 wins.
That's how you win a race, team. Way to go!
And thanks to Christopher Bell's triumph at Phoenix, Joe Gibbs Racing has 3.
So what does all this do for the playoff leaderboards? Well, here, take a look. The guys in yellow, they've won a race. William Byron up front with those 3 victories. Martin Truex Jr. in 6th is the best of the rest, the best, highest guy in those points without a victory. But I know, Larry, you wanted to talk about the guy in 7th, Ryan Blaney, right?
Yeah, he's back there 7th on the leaderboard. Actually, in regular season points, he is 5th. And especially at the bigger tracks, the mile-and-a-half tracks, Ryan seems to be the Ford driver that finds the speed. You think back to he won the Coke 600 at Charlotte last May, finished 3rd at Vegas. But overall this year, I know he had a little bit of a dip, but he has 4 top 5s in 8 races. That's tied with Kyle Larson for the most. He's never won a points race at Texas. He finished 2nd. But remember, with this Gen 7 car, he did win the All-Star race there back in May of 22.
Keep the window net up until the very end of the race.
The victory lane.
Ty Gibbs is on your list, right?
Yeah, I like Ty Gibbs, and he's going to start 2nd today. And if you look at his season, he started the year off great at the Clash. He led the first half of that race. They've had some incredible runs as well at Bristol. I know there are a lot of tire issues there, but I thought was maybe one of the best cars at Bristol. They've been good a lot of weeks. They haven't been able to get to victory lane yet, but they're going to be close. And today could be one of those days. If you go back to Vegas, he finished 5th there. It's our only other mile-and-a-half track we've had. We know that this year has really been about Toyota and Hendrick Motorsports, and he's a part of that group.
You know who else has been good every single week this season
Chris
so
Myers.
far? Chris Myers and the guys at the racetrack. Let's head out and say hello to them. We got Chris, Clint Boyer, and 3-time Texas winner Kevin Harvick. Hey, guys.
Hey, thanks, Shannon. Larry, Jamie, the sun is shining. A little bit of a breeze picking up. Fans, got a good crowd today. You guys fired up?
We have a beautiful day today. That's what we have. Everything's bigger in Texas, Kevin.
You are right. And the best thing that I see so far, the fans are excited too. The best thing I see so far is the sun is shining, and the way that these guys practiced yesterday is going to be completely different today.
So based on what they were talking about just a moment ago, we're talking about who's impressed you the most at this juncture and maybe championship material. There's some obvious ones, but go ahead and give me your pick.
Yeah, well, I think the one obvious one is William Byron. I think William Byron has been successful on different types of racetracks, mile-and-a-half racetracks, competitive in races that he didn't have the fastest car, and I think that's really what it takes to win races and win a championship at all the different styles of tracks. I think the guy that I'm still worried about, I don't think that the 6 car of Brad Keselowski, I don't think they have the speed that they had last year. They've had a couple of okay finishes, but I think that's from experience, not speed in their car.
Well, I'm going to stay on the Captain Obvious train, all right? We're going to go, if you're going to say Byron, you can't say Byron without Larson. His teammate in the 5 car, Kyle Larson, without a doubt. Get out of the Hendrick camp, it's got to be Gibbs. We've been covering it for the last 3 or 4 weeks now. It's a Hendrick-Gibbs battle. You got to look for Denny Hamlin. I think it might be his year, man. He still hasn't got a championship.
Well, and he's running out of time, although he's had
whoa. I didn't tell you who I'm worried about.
Yeah, who are you worried about?
I, too, agree with you with Keselowski, but I'm going to go a little bit further. I think it's the Ford camp in general. They are yet to be in victory lane. Could happen today at Texas Motor Speedway. Good racetrack for them, but not. One more to add to that camp. Kyle Busch in this 8 car. Got to worry about him.
I mean, it's fitting, again, that you have a driver from Hendrick and from Gibbs on the front row for today. So if it isn't either of them, and it isn't a Ford. Is there anybody else? Remember, Blaney came a little late to the party last year, won the championship, winning 3 races, some key races late, obviously.
Well, I think Tyler Reddick can get in the middle of all this and really disturb things today. We want Tyler Reddick to get in the middle of it all. He was really fast in practice yesterday. This has been a good racetrack for him. I don't think he should wear that cowboy hat, but unless he's in victory lane, I think I look like Woody in that cowboy hat. But you know,
he definitely looks tougher than you did in it. But you see what's on his shirt yesterday in practice? That's exactly what he was in, beast mode.
All right, there'll be more fashion from Kevin and Clint when we continue live from the track. We're here to bring you closer to the race. Over 1.5 miles. We'll be talking with or about Bubba Wallace and what he's been able to do at Texas. Hasn't come through yet here, but he's been close. Another guy who's been close here, looking for his first win in a long time. He could address some of the Ford issues, and is this the time that they improve? We're rolling you towards the start of the race. Thanks for being with us live on FS1 from Fort Worth, Texas. Yeah. All right, yeehaw. Thanks for joining us.
Saturday on Fox. It's a new era for the reigning national champs.
Kick it off, baby. Let's rock.
And it all begins with the annual Maize and Blue game.
This kid is unreal.
New head coach Sharon Moore takes over the Wolverines.
A new era begins today.
And after the defending champs lost their core to the NFL draft, Moore gets his first look at who will be the next QB in Ann Arbor.
Beautiful throw.
And who else will rise up and earn a starting spot. The Maize and Blue game, Saturday at noon Eastern on Fox.
FS1 live from Texas Motor Speedway. The infield here, 84 acres. Here's how big it is. You can fit the stadiums of all of Texas's professional teams, right? From the Texans, the Cowboys, the Rangers, the hockey, the basketball, and the Texas A&M football stadium all can fit within that range. And soon that'll be filled with a lot of fans that'll enjoy the race. As Clint found out, it is pursuit of the Tailgate King. Of the Tailgate King.
Randy! Ah! Thank God, what happened? Oh, they've been drinking too much. Where you at? I'm in here cooking. Oh, when you're mayor of the fun town, you gotta do it all, huh? Sometimes you just got to. This is Randy, ladies and gentlemen. Tell me about it. How many years you been coming here? Been coming here 27 years. That's why you get dubbed the mayor, right? That's right. How many spots did you say you buy for all your friends? We got 76 this race. 76? So nobody's up? There's 2-3 people is all you could find? Well, yeah, we've been partying all night. We didn't get in until about 4 or 5 o'clock this morning. Somebody's got to get up and cook breakfast, though. Yeah, that's part of being a mayor, right? You got to take care of your people. Dang right. Who's going to win today? Casey Kane.
Did he say, was it Kane and Abel or Casey Kane? Was he all right?
Well, boys, my man Randy, I think he's been drinking a little bit. He's still locked in Casey Kane land. He eventually got around to it. He said, oh, yeah, maybe that Larson fella. How about him? Randy, so much fun out there. 76 spots. He buys and then hosts all of his friends. That's a good friend to have.
That's a very good friend to have. Sounds like one of your friends.
Yeah. That's exactly right.
And you could hit our friend up on X if you want him with an upcoming race to visit you. We got Talladega. I know you'll get into some trouble there.
Oh, my gosh. There'll be some good ones there, huh?
A guy tried to stay out of trouble here in Texas, and he's led more laps here than anywhere else, is Bubba Wallace. And when you race for Michael Jordan, or you're on his team anyway, there are great expectations. In his 4th season with 2311, Wallace, 2 career wins overall. Nothing yet this year, but he seems to be going in the right direction.
Bubba Wallace knocking on the door a number of times last year. It's getting very consistent.
Impressive level they're operating right now.
He's trending in the right direction.
It's just a fuel for wanting him more than anybody against us.
We got to lock in and grind all the way until the end of the season.
They can say what they want now.
He's a person respecting my name, that's all. So don't count us out.
He's the only driver that has back-to-back top 10s to start the season.
His numbers were probably the best that he has ever had.
He seemed like a confident Bubba Wallace.
Keeps getting better. They're qualifying up front. They're racing up front.
Yeah, he even admitted last year, he said, hey, I choked at the race at Texas. Better luck today, maybe. When you look at the stats or the numbers this year, what impresses you most about what Bubba's been able to do?
Every single one of them. I mean, every single stat with him is up from where he's ever been. The points obviously are still coming. He's running up front. He's running, look at this, 28% of the laps in the top 5. I love that. That means you're in the hunt, right? What he has to do is clean the last minute mistakes up. He gets that thing to the goal line, can't quite get the deal done, get that ball over the goal line, but it's coming.
Where's he improved most, Kevin, as a driver?
Well, I really like the fact of just where Bubba is at mentally. I love the fact that he believes in himself. He belongs here. He's won races. He knows he can win races. They got into a little bit of a funk this year for a couple weeks, and you heard him talk, hey, we just need to right the ship. We need a good, solid finish, and since then, they've been very good week in and week out. They qualify well. They've had good speed. They've made some mistakes, and otherwise that average finish would be higher, but I don't think that's been on Bubba. That's been on pit lane.
Speed is the hardest thing to acquire in this sport. If you have the speed, the rest will come. You clean those mistakes up, telling you he's right where he needs to be.
A little better on the mile and a half. We'll have more coming up with these guys from the track. Let's head back to the studio with Larry, Shannon, and Jamie.
Thank you so much, Chris. Speed for Bubba Wallace, speed also for his teammate Tyler Reddick, starting 4th today. What do you think about him?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything they're saying on Bubba Wallace, but when you look at the numbers, he and Tyler Reddick, they're having extremely comparable seasons. When you look at the top 5s, the top 10s, the laps led, average finish, all those numbers are very similar. And the one thing about these two guys is that they're overall really close, but Bubba's clearly stronger when we go to the super speedways. That's kind of his thing. When you go to a road course, Larry, Tyler Reddick is the guy you're going to take from 2311.
Anytime we go to a road course or mile and a half track, Tyler Reddick is in the conversation, and rightly so. That's where all of his wins have come. He won at Kansas last year. He won at Texas in the Gen 7 car for Richard Childress Racing back in 2022. We keep going back to Las Vegas, the other mile and a half that we've been to. He finished 2nd there. What I see going on with Tyler Reddick right now, Kevin and Clint talked about speed. That 45 car, they have had speed everywhere we've been this year, but finally now, the last 3 or 4 weeks, the finishes are reflecting the speed. I think based on practice, yeah, he qualified 4th, but based on practice, short and long run speed, I think that 45 car is going to be a player today.
Yeah, keep our eyes on 2311 for sure. We're also going to keep our eyes on Brad Keselowski. He's never won here at Texas Motor Speedway. Could today be the day? We're going to hear from him. William Byron's also going to join the guys at the racetrack. Obviously, he's the sport's hottest driver and the defending Texas winner. It is good to be William. There's Brad getting ready for maybe the driver's meeting or maybe to join the guys. We'll have to check in and see where he's heading when we get back. Joey Logano starting 20th today. He's won at Texas. See what he can make happen today. How about a little Texas barbecue to kick off your Sunday race day? What do you think?
You know, I love barbecue, but I prefer to throw me a big old ribeye on that grill.
Yeah, beef brisket, little beef brisket, pork ribs.
I love all barbecue, whatever it is. I even love a good sausage.
You got East, West, Central, South Texas barbecue. You can just go wherever. It's all good food. And when you're done doing that, maybe you can get a little workout in. This weekend, Burn Boot Camp was part of the festivities at Texas Motor Speedway. They gave fans a unique fitness experience with a burn-on-demand quick camp workout featured on Big Haas. Let's take a look.
I'm here with Morgan and Devin Klein, co-founders of Burn Boot Camp.
We aim to transform, inspire, and empower our communities. That's what our franchise partners do. They create these moments that are just so special for people to come together.
I am so excited to bring the community out here because we have this new platform called Burn On Demand that it makes it easy to work out. You don't need to be near a gym. So we created Burn On Demand to make sure that we bridge the gap, meet members where they are, and keep them on track because that's what's most important and it's most difficult to stay consistent in fitness. That's why a lot of people start and stop.
It is so great to see our Burn family out here working hard.
Wow, what a way to start off my Saturday morning with the most amazing workout out here on the front stretch at Texas Motor Speedway with Burn Boot Camp.
If you want to learn more about Burn Boot Camp and workouts like this at home or at Burn Boot Camp themselves, go to burnbootcamp.com/race.
So proud of Morgan and Devin. I'm an OG from Burn Boot Camp, started in 2012, and those guys are doing great things, changing lives.
What is that?
It's you can do burpees. Can we get you to do some burpees?
I can do a plank now. I can do it up to 4 minutes.
I love that they all come together. Like they all support each other. Like my wife did that for a while, and it's a really supportive community within that.
It really, really is great for those guys. Let's head back out to the track with Chris, Clint, and Kevin. Wonder how many burpees Clint can do. Maybe 10?
Maybe?
I don't know.
The fans would love to see it, except we don't have time. We're joined by Brad Keselowski, who just said, "Were you guys there at the?" I do the broadcast boot camp. That's different.
Clint, you got up for that, right?
We just talked.
You were at the Burn Boot Camp?
I did not.
Next time. Next
Yes,
time.
I
we were
missed that.
talking about he's the head coach. I'm the quarterback. He's the diva receiver. What would you be, the star running back in this group?
I'm the guy trying to break through, trying to get a win, Chris. Gosh, we haven't been in victory lane in a little while, but we're trying really hard.
All right, so Ford, we hear they're making progress. We're not seeing it in the win column. What can you update us on?
Yeah, we're not where we want to be. You know, the Chevys run really good down the straightaways, and the Toyotas are really good through the corners. We got work to do because we seem to only be good on the restrictor plate tracks. So a lot of work being put in that. I thought we made a lot of progress coming here, and we had a great practice session. It didn't translate to qualifying. So I don't know what we're going to have today, but I know we've been working really hard to get better.
Last year, it seemed like you guys had that speed, and for me, in our cars last year, it was traffic, turn in the middle of the corner, getting the car rotated. Is that still the same problem that you guys are fighting?
Yeah, I think that. I think our straightaway speed is definitely off where the Chevys are. I think it's a little bit of everything. It's hard to put it on one thing. I know what we have at RFK. We have 2 awesome pit crews, and I'm super confident in Chris Buescher. I know I can get the job done. We got to get the cars and everything else to go with it. When you don't have speed, it's so hard to compete at this level. It doesn't matter how good a driver you are or how great you execute. But I love our strategy. I love all the other pieces. If we can find the speed, Kevin, we can win these races.
Brad, you said really good in practice, struggle a little bit in qualifying today. That was early. We practiced, what, 10:30 yesterday. Now, all of a sudden, the sun is beating down on this racetrack, which is, by the way, extremely fast racetrack. I want you to sell the speed of this place and then tell me about the grip level difference between practice yesterday and race today.
Big difference with tires. The tires would actually wear out a lot, Clint. So I think you're going to see the cars get really squirrely, easy to spin out. You saw a couple spin outs in practice. I think you're going to see a lot of that today because when the tires wear out and the track gets hot, it is so slick. And we went through turn 1 and 2, especially when that wind kicked up and the car would just jump sideways on you. You know, when you're going 190 mile an hour, that's not the most comfortable feeling.
No, get your attention.
So you talk about the track and the difference in a racetrack. As a driver, how uncomfortable is this racetrack? Because we heard a lot of guys talk about just being edgy and sketchy.
Yes.
How has it been for you?
Well, it's super sketchy because when the car gets sideways and you try to counter steer or turn back a little bit to keep it from spinning out, it doesn't react right away. And then when it does, it really bites and jumps on you. And you look at 3 and 4, that corner is the fastest of the 2 corners. And you're going to run through there almost wide open today. But it's so unforgiving, and when it steps out, you're not going to save it.
Sorry, Chris. Can you run the second lane in 3 and 4? Does that bump any better, or do you think you'll have to go below it?
The cars, at least my car, goes through the bumps really well. It's one of our strengths, and hopefully we can use that second lane to find some advantages in traffic.
Good. When you look at what Hendrick and the Chevys are doing and what Gibbs and Toyotas, I mean, is there that big a gap? Can you make up ground? I mean, I remind people Ford did win championship last year. Ford had a great year when it came to winning.
You know, it's kind of been the trait so far, where the last 2 years, I think the Fords have come out of the gate slow, and by the end of the playoffs, they get somewhere. But we don't want to wait till the playoffs. We want to win today. We want to win right now, and we're putting the effort to get in there, but we're not fully there yet.
Man, I'm sold, Brad. I love the fact that this track needs a widen out, right? To put on a good show, we need to see that, the speeds that we covered. I think that, watching that race yesterday, the option down in 1 and 2, that 1 and 2 is a tricky corner into this place. 3 and 4, as you say, wide open.
Yeah, and one of the things about these cars, Clint, that they actually do really well is they draft incredibly well. So as long as you can get in that other lane in the corner so you don't lose the speed through the corner, you can really pass here. So we'll see when we catch traffic. I think that's going to be a key indicator. The handling really falls off in the cars, and if you can make that second groove work, you can pass.
All right, play a little analyst role for us, because they'll be up in the booth talking about it. What you saw in practice, qualifying. I mean, who are the guys to beat? Again, Larson's on the pole again, but he's been there 3 straight weeks. So
yeah, Larson looks really good. He's got the best straightaway speed with reasonable handling. But if this track keeps getting hotter and slicker, you're going to look at the guys that have a lot of handling, and I would say the Gibbs cars are the best at that right now.
All right, very good. Thanks so much. Good luck today and the rest of the season. I appreciate it.
Hopefully we can get the victory lane.
You got a lot of fans over here.
That's good. A Chris Buescher fan too.
And we'll continue as the drivers continue to work their way through. Kyle Larson will be joining us to talk about sitting on the pole once again. And the guy who helped Hendrick Motorsports make history, William Byron, checking in as well. We're live from Texas Motor Speedway. Thanks for hanging with us. Count you down to the start of the race.
No pressure, your lane.
Get us going closer to the start of the race here at Texas Motor Speedway, live on a sunny day. A little bit of a breeze kicking up on FS1 and counting it down to the start of the race. Along with Clint Boyer, Kevin Harvick, I'm Chris Myers, and the pole sitter. Again, his third pole of the season, Kyle Larson. By the way, Beyonce, it was great hearing her voice. Sonny Dykes, head coach at TCU, right? He's going to give you the command. And then in the honorary pace car is Dr. Phil. And I think he'd be perfect for a place where you drivers are calling it treacherous and sketchy.
He'd be perfect for Clint.
Oh, yeah. He's already been. So
Who needs Dr. Phil when you got Cliff Daniels? So.
That's right.
Oh, there you go. You're okay, a little crew chief, but thank you. Welcome to this. And how about that describes the track? So what's the best way to tangle this place?
I don't know. It's I mean, like it's always super slick the first, hour, I feel like, stage and a half probably. So just managing that and trying to just get through that point of the race till the track gets some grip, and then you can be more aggressive. But my car is always really good here. We've led lots of laps and won a couple times here, previous style car. But even next gen, we've always been good. So if we can just kind of piece it all together today and get that win.
I'm really excited about everything that's happening here, don't get me wrong, but I want to know what it's like going from an Indy car to a stock car. We heard you talk about this felt faster through the corners. We all know how fast the Indy cars are, and I know there's a lot of grip. That has to be just a drastic transition from one to the other. I mean, you make it look easy, but it's not.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this week at Indy, like, it was cold. It was probably low 50s or something, no rubber on the track, so it had a lot of grip. So it didn't really, you don't feel that speed when you have that much grip. So coming here yesterday, like, the grip was not really there, and you're having to commit on the throttle, and like at any point I felt like I could spin out and crash. So that sensation, just being closer to the edge, like, makes you feel like you're going way faster. So it was intense. Like, qualifying was crazy, and even practice.
226 miles an hour
average, yeah. But it doesn't, like, it didn't feel like 190 average yesterday felt way faster. So it's just, when you don't have the grip to go along with that speed, it makes the sensations different.
I feel like you're going to die every lap, Chris.
Yesterday, I did.
Basically what he's trying to say.
Okay.
Well, you guys should just focus on 2 automobiles. My man's been in 3 already. It just in the last week alone, obviously started in an Indy car, got back in a Cup car, sits on the pole. As you said, cars always seems to be pretty fast at Texas. Imagine that with you in it. And then you go across the street, or actually in the same compound, and run a dirt sprint car last night. And then back here today for Cup. How do you possibly keep all of these handling characteristics of cars and how to drive them and all the ins and outs of all that forms of motorsports in the back of your mind as you're doing this?
Well, I think just doing it a lot. I race a bunch of dirt stuff while I'm still racing Cup cars, so that keeps me fresh into the dirt stuff and, like, not feeling like I'm ever too rusty. But my car's not been very good so far in the sprint car. We've been pretty bad, but so I finished 14th last night. But we're going to get it better, and we get raced in the sprint car a lot here coming up, so I'm excited about that, and just kind of get back into, like, the the warm weather routine of racing a lot and it just getting you in that mode.
All right, thanks for coming by. Keep it rolling. You guys are Hendrick Motorsports rolling from the pole. We'll watch them closely. Let's now check in with our team of pit reporters. First, we'll hear from Jamie Little.
Well, the bad news for Daniel Hemrick, he's starting in the back. But the good news is this car looks good with South Point on it.
Yeah, it sure does. Super thankful to Michael Gaughan, the entire Gaughan family. They've done so much, not only for myself and colleague racing, but for this entire industry. As long as they've been involved in the sport. And then to put on South Point 400 in the fall every year, just a great partnership that I've been super fortunate to have for many years. And you're right, we got a lot of work to do, starting from the back, but there's a lot of good guys back there, a lot of champions back there with us. Hopefully this racetrack can widen out a little bit as it gets hot and slick. I've always said hotter and slicker is even better. So hopefully that's the case here today.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Regan.
Ryan Blaney getting ready to start in 7th position. A strong week last week. Are you going to carry that momentum here to Texas?
Hope so. I thought we had decent speed yesterday, race trim, and I was happy with our qualifying speed, which was nice. So starting decent in our Menards Knauf Ford Mustang. Just a matter of what's the track going to do today? You know, as it kind of progresses, we saw the truck race and Xfinity race move around a little bit. So I could see that second lane kind of being a little bit dominant for a while, but maybe it goes away. You just kind of have to be prepared for all that stuff and make the right calls at the right time. 2 tires, no tires, you never know. So it gets pretty interesting on the box, and that's why we pay Jonathan the big bucks. So should be good, though. Beautiful day, and should be in for a good race.
Lots to think about. Good luck figuring it out. Jamie?
Well, for Chase Briscoe, what an improvement in qualifying at Texas. A big jump up. You're starting 5th. How challenging will it be to keep it there today, Chase?
That's for sure the challenge. It's nice that we're starting up there. You know, every time we've came here, we've finished well, but we start like 29th on back. So, yeah, we got a fast rush truck centers forward. You know, if we can keep it up there, I think we can be in the mix all day long. But, yeah, keeping it up there is the hard part. So just got to be on it, you know, restarts, pit road, everything. It's going to take total execution. And, you know, we've been running good. We just haven't finished where we probably run speed-wise. Hopefully today we can put it all together. And Rusty Rush has already told me if we win, he's going to fly me home Monday and everything else. So I think he said almost 200 races he's been on the hood, and he's never won. So this is his home race. It would be awesome to finally get him there.
What a party it would be. Regan?
Ty Gibbs getting ready to start 2nd today. Been knocking on the door of that first win. A lot of first-time winners here at Texas. Is this a day?
Yeah, I feel like we've got a really fast interstate batteries, Toyota Camry. So, you know, if it goes as yesterday was, and with the speed we were in practice, I feel really happy with it, and hopefully we can go out there and go win.
Hey, good luck today, Chris.
All right, thanks very much. Ty Gibbs close, but no victory. Is it just inexperience for last year's Rookie of the Year? Because he seems to have it all.
Well, he does have it all. He has the speed, has the teammates, all the ingredients around him. We know that Gibbs is plenty capable of winning on any given Sunday, and this boy just continues to impress week in and week out.
Well, you have to experience it all. You have to go through the bad pit stops, the bad restarts, the wrecks, all the different things that happen in order to put yourself in a position to know what to do next time. And the thing that I like about Ty Gibbs right now is he's having all that experience at the front of the pack. So he's learning how to race like a winner, and he's going to know what to do. Once that finally happens, I think it's going to open the floodgates.
And you were like in the wow mode after we heard from Kyle Larson about the lack of, I don't know, uncomfortable feeling or out of control feeling with this track.
Yeah, it's really hard to explain to people the speed that this racetrack and the sensation of speed that you get. But when you hear it from a guy that just came out of an Indy car talking about his stock car being faster through the corners because it feels so edgy, that's what these guys are doing in the seat of these cars. They're on edge every single lap, and it's going to be as bad as it has been to start this race because of the temperature being up. So as we heard them talk, survival at the beginning of this race is important. Take care of your car.
The biggest thing you hear that I heard from those guys is things that I haven't heard before. It's been a long time since you've heard these guys that uneasy about getting in these automobiles. That tells me all I need to hear.
Yeah, they hit 195 miles per hour over the weekend. Haven't had a spring race in a while. We'll continue live as we count you down to the start of the race. The big hat, the big man. Nobody's won more races this year than that man at a special race. Seems to hit the high mark when it comes to Hendrick Motorsports and them celebrating something great. With Kevin Harvick, Clint Boyer, I'm Chris Myers from Texas Motor Speedway. Hope you stay with us.
Saturday on Fox. It's the annual Maize and Blue Game.
The new era begins today.
New head coach Sharon Moore takes over the Wolverines as a new era begins in Ann Arbor.
Beautiful throw.
The Maize and Blue Game. Saturday at noon Eastern on Fox.
FS1 race day continuing live from Texas Motor Speedway. 9 races of this length, mile and a half, 4 mile-and-a-half races when you talk about the playoffs, and that's where this guy expects to be after hitting another high point. William Byron, more wins this year in the first 8. He's got 3 already, and a special moment for his racing team and his racing owner last week.
I hear records in my head everywhere that I go.
Big race. It's not going to be easy. It's a championship type experience today, fellas.
This place has so much history to Hendrick Motorsports and myself also.
They go round and around and again, round and around and again.
You just hope that perfect script comes together where you go and win this race.
Here's William Byron. Hits cars come to life with the 24.
He's got the bottom. He's got the spot over Chase Elliott.
Hendrick running 1, 2, 3.
Up here with over 1,500 of their employees. This is Frank Edwards. He was here in 1984. Lisa Smokestack, I've seen you on pit road my whole life.
Got to bring my daughter. It's a whole different perspective.
This is the first time I ever watched a race at Monza as a spectator.
Back to the line. Get did it. Oh, yeah, boy. Hell yeah. 40th anniversary. Go over to turn 2 and do a burnout in front of our fans.
You're only as good as the people that you have around you, and Rick Hendrick is one of the best at putting people in the right places. I can promise you one thing, he also likes to win.
Well, Rick Hendrick not able to be here today. He is recovering from knee replacement surgery.
What are you guys doing here?
You know, you couldn't come to Victory Lane, so we brought Victory Lane to you.
You have things in races that are important. This race will probably always be one of the ones I'll look back. And it was just, it's a script.
There's been some huge moments, I think, in our history. To me, this one right here, moments we'll never forget.
It's special. This will be one of those wins that I always remember.
Such an emotional win for Hendrick Motorsports. He's being introduced and making the rounds here at Texas Motor Speedway, and we moved up toward his car where he'll jump over and chat with us once he finishes. But you guys drove for different owners who, boy, I'm sure all the Hendrick drivers wanted to win that race at that special moment. Probably adds a little extra pressure when there's something like that going on.
Well, it's great experience, and I think if you're going to win a championship, being able to succeed in those moments is very important. And we've seen William Byron win the Daytona 500, one of the biggest moments in the history of Hendrick Motorsports, and winning that race with all those people there. Being able to do that in those key moments is important for a championship driver, but that company at Hendrick Motorsports, they produce those championship drivers and those opportunities. Not everybody succeeds in those opportunities, but William Byron continuously does it now.
Well, remember, it was a 1-2-3 finish, too.
That's
by
right.
the way.
That's
You
right.
want to talk about some dominance. It's such a scripted, as Rick put it, I think such a perfect scenario where you have all those employees there. There's nothing, Kevin, I can think of than winning in that scenario with every company-wide family member, whether you're a family member, past and present. It was neat to see that. And by the way, I was up there after the race packing up, right, because I'm a tailgater. You do know that. I'm packing up 2 hours after the race, and every one of them were still up there in Victory Lane, clear up in the grandstands taking pictures. They were soaking that win in a big way.
Absorbing the moment. I know Rick Hendrick said, boy, he was attracted once he met and talked to him from his iRacing background, but it was more the Eagle Scout and a guy who was willing to learn and study and still does. So he has to be a favorite today. Let's take a look. And again, the variety of races that William Byron has won on, but you see Larson, obviously the pole sitter. Anybody jump out at you? I know we talked about guys long range.
Tyler Reddick for me today. He was great in practice, and I think that those Toyotas are going to handle good today.
Well, the obvious is at the top of the list there, but I'm going to go all the way down to number 20, Christopher Bell, plus 1,400. You want a good bet? You want to make some money today? Put it on that Bell boy.
Christopher Bell behind him, Bubba Wallace on the long shot board. Wow, a guy who's won here quite a bit. He's been a champ in college. Was Chase Elliott, and Kevin, we were talking before about still trying to get that win. It's evaded him for a while, but he seems to be moving in the right direction.
Yeah, well, I'm not going with either of those guys. I'm going to go with Ross Chastain. I think that this is a racetrack where you can run that car free. It takes a lot of guts to perform here. I think Ross Chastain has a good shot today.
All right, new guy. I'm just about tired of giving you the first chance at this because obviously you go with the obvious. So I'm going to try to find somebody else.
It's the fourth car on the list. It's not that obvious, is it?
Well, you and I both know that's the one we would pick. But I would like to go, if he's going to use that, be selfish, Kevin. I'm going to go with Chase Elliott. I think it's time plus 2,000. Let's see this number 9 in victory lane.
Yeah, I was trying to set you up. A guy like Denny Hamlin, who's shown us already this year, although they were short tracks, using his experience. I mean, he's won here 3 times. Is he somebody we could watch in terms of, pulling one off here?
Well, I think today is going to fall into, you're going to have a good handling car, a fast car, all those things. I think that there's going to be some moments today that you're going to have to take care of your car. You're going to have to figure out the racetrack. I think these conditions and the way that these cars drive is presenting opportunities to make a mistake. And I think those veteran guys are going to have a little bit of an advantage to be able to put themselves in a position to do that early on, especially.
So I agree with you. I think the temperature in the track, the slickness of all these conditions are going to cause cautions. Just like we saw yesterday, those cautions are probably going to come out at a bad time for some people and a good time for others. Those cautions create opportunities for these teams. Somebody can pounce on it, maybe see a 2-tire stop, something to get track position, much like we saw Ryan Sieg in that Xfinity race yesterday, and pounce on their first win of the season and surprise somebody.
And I also think it presents that opportunity for a guy who doesn't know any better, a Ty Gibbs, or you talk about Ryan Sieg yesterday, just to put themselves in a position to have a chance to win because they're not worried about the boundaries. They're just going to go as fast as they can go. And we saw that yesterday almost resulted in a win for Ryan Sieg.
Yeah, there have been some that have had their first career win here. We saw William Byron headed over. The pressure of winning a championship, he doesn't seem to think about it, but until he does that, Kevin, no matter how many wins you have, right? He's already got to put racing with a guy like Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson in the Hendrick stable who have championships.
Well, you don't think about it on a week-to-week basis because you wind up so busy, right? And it really is a focus. All right, what are we going to do next week? What are we going to do next week? And that doesn't happen until the week of the race. So I don't think they think about it right now. It's when they go in the media center and they have that winner, to not have that championship, to know that your resume isn't completely full until you have that championship column filled. I lived that. You had to answer it every year. And until 2014, you finally didn't put your guard down and say, oh, finally, I don't have to answer that question anymore. But it's a tough scenario with the way that the point system is in today's world.
Well, I think you're spot on there, but the thing you do have to be mindful of is when it comes back and the pressure's on, the money's on the line for these playoffs, for the championship you're talking about, that comes for the second time around at that racetrack. That means you better be good the first time, and if you're not, you better have some good notes because the next time around, the money's on the line.
All right, before you guys head up here, your thought, one to go, I guess, you've talked about how treacherous and sketchy. What's the toughest part of this racetrack? And even early, you've alerted us, be ready to watch early in the race because there could be some screw-ups. We've had cautions, double-digit cautions, 5 of the last 6 races here.
I just want to have a versatile car. I want to be able to run the bottom or the top and feel comfortable doing that. That's really the biggest key for me.
Just like you heard Keselowski say, it's spot on. Exactly what he said. Brad Keselowski told us that you need to be able to move around and go out of the air in front of the car in front of you. But I think turns 1 and 2, that is calamity corner. It's a very wide entrance, very hard to navigate, find your marks. There's really not a very good focal point for lifting areas and things like that. That changes as the tires wear out. Turns 1 and 2 for me has always been a tricky corner.
We'll hear from William Byron during the race. Couldn't make it here in time. You guys enjoy the broadcast. We always enjoy listening to you. Let's head over to Michael Waltrip, and he's with a familiar champion of the sport who's back racing in this race today. Michael?
Yes, I am, Chris. I'm with JJ, as it says on his car. The boys just described this racetrack as treacherous and sketchy. Would you agree?
I can confirm that, and then I would add a narrow lane. So once you gather it up, you're in the marbles, and what happened to me yesterday is what happens.
Well, you're starting in the back, but that means there's a long way to go forward, and I know you can do it.
Yeah, I mean, I have very little experience in this car, so I really just want to log laps, get a good feel for things. And as I continue to run 1.5 miles this year, I can then help Legacy Motor Club with more technology, more data.
You look really healthy.
Thank you. I feel healthy.
That's Jimmy Johnson. Let's see who's next. Hey, Ty Dillon.
welcome to the Cup Series again. How you doing?
Glad to be back. It's been a busy week. We just had our third child, my wife and I, so been a great week, and hopefully we can finish it off with a good run with our Seabest Camaro.
You named him Bear.
Yeah, he's a bear. He came out quick. My wife did awesome. What I'm doing today is nothing compared to what she did, so I'm proud of her. I miss you guys. I'll be home tonight.
That's so cool that you got to say hi to the Bear. We got a buddy named Bear, and he is a big NASCAR fan and loves the racing action. I was looking for Austin Hill. You're a safety worker.
Yeah, I'm hoping we find him before the race gets started here.
He's having a heck of a year in the Xfinity Series.
Yeah, pretty good. He's back here pretty far back on the Cup side, so hopefully we can work forward.
What kind of advice would you have for him if you see him?
Hold it wide open, hope it sticks.
Right on. You got JJ back here.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to keep him behind us all day.
Good to see you, bud.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Awesome start. Kaz Grala, I like your gold wheels, buddy.
Yeah, gold wheels looking good here in Texas, huh?
Yeah, how do you like this track?
I like it. It's fast. Fastest place we go, I think. Feels like it.
Well, I'm really glad to see you, and I'm going to run down the pit road here. Watch how fast I am. Hi, Haley.
Hey, what you been doing?
I'm just hanging out on the grid, talked to Jimmy Johnson. Sketch.
You want to hear something on Masters Day? I shot a 94 at the 500 Club the other day.
A 94? Is that your first time dipping into the 90s?
Close. You're at the 500 Club, right?
Yeah,
a little bit. Yeah.
I like to play there a lot.
Yeah, that's what I hear. So
maybe I'll see you there. I'll buy you a beer. Hey, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., can I get in the team picture?
Yes, Mikey. Come on.
All right, good to see you. Have fun.
Mike. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
Okay. I got to send it to break, Ricky. I would ask you a couple questions, but I know you're going to say it's sketch and fun, crazy, but have fun. All right, we're going to go to break. When we come back, we're going to have the opening ceremonies here at Texas Motor Speedway.
This is the make or break moment.
Oh, my goodness.
Not just for the day, but for the years to come. This is where a race isn't just about the race. It's about the doors it can open.
That kid is amazing.
The number of fans wearing your number. This is the chance to carve your name into the history books. This is the NASCAR Xfinity Series.
ML Eddies has stood in the Fort Worth stockyards since 1941. Back when all roads were brick and boots were made by hand. The smell of leather cut long ago still clings to the air. It's here where generation after generation purchase custom saddles like a rite of passage. The names in a book aren't customers, but ties to the past. A past that's proud and everlasting, always on display. Texas is handmade, dirt dusted, and golden lighted, full of stars that flood the night sky, and people who believe that hard work is something you can't buy. A place where they know a seat isn't somewhere to rest, but to get to work. Not for the fame or the praise, but because, like ML Eddies, that's what they've always done. This is Texas.
Well, a couple of drivers enjoy coming here more than others. Three-time Texas winner Denny Hamlin. He's led laps in every race this season. Joey Logano, two-time champ. His Texas win came on a late pass 10 years ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able and remove your hats. And veterans render a hand salute as the presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome owner and founder of Joe Gibbs Racing, Coach Joe Gibbs.
If we could, before we pray, if we could remember the Labonte family. Bob Labonte went home this past week. Let's keep them in our prayers. If we could pray. Father, we just want to thank you. We serve an all-powerful, all-knowing, all-loving God. You made each and every one of us. We're no accidents. And you made us special and different, and you want to have a personal relationship with each one of us. We thank you for that. And the fact that you loved us enough to send your son to this earth. He lived a perfect life. You allowed him to go to that cross forgiving us of our sins, and rising and going back to be at the right hand of God and giving us a path back to you. We love you. We pray for the day to be a safe day on the racetrack and travel home. We pray for everyone that's out supporting us and defending us around the world so we can live and have a great day like this. We love you and thank you for Jesus. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome the Texas Boys Choir.
Really well done on a beautiful day here in Texas. The drivers describe the place as sketchy, treacherous. Let's see who masters it. Thanks for being a part of things here on FS1.
NASCAR's best roll into Texas. Here are some of the favorites. Fox Sports welcomes you to the NASCAR Cup Series at Texas Motor Speedway on FS1, where today the key word seems to be apprehension.
My hands have been shaking ever since lap 2, so high commitment here at Texas.
Definitely this place is one of the more treacherous ones we go to. But I feel pretty good, and hopefully it sticks.
This place is just really sketchy, so it takes a little bit of time for me to get acclimated to it, and just trying to creep up to it and not make a mistake and pull out a backup car.
It's like that's about the most intense thing you can do or experience throughout a lifetime. It's just it's so on edge, and like you know how much like throttle time you have to run fast, and it's just sketchy, so sketchy.
So welcome to what may be one of the toughest tests for NASCAR drivers all season. I'm Mike Joy, along with 9-time Texas winner Kevin Harvick, 3 in the Cup Series, a Clint Boyer, pair of runner-up finishes here in Cup, and a Truck Series win. So let me ask the experts, sketchy? This is not something we've heard before this season. These drivers are not confident today.
They are not, and they won't be, because the conditions today are worse than they were yesterday. They practiced in the morning, and now it's sunny, it's hot. And these guys know that they have to take care of their car early because it's going to be really, really easy to make a mistake.
That's such a good point. Mind you, folks, those interviews were done yesterday after practice, much hotter today. Sun baking down this racetrack, very sketchy conditions, as some of those guys said. These boys are going to be slipping and sliding around, and we're here for it. Prime example, some of the best, ladies and gentlemen. Champion Kyle Busch, another champion Jimmy Johnson. We've heard those names over and over the years. Both of those guys spun out, hit the wall in practice.
Well, I think that really shows how sketchy it is. But when you talk about the ends of the racetrack being very different, turns 1 and 2 much flatter than turns 3 and 4, and both of those wrecks were in turns 1 and 2, and that's where I think all the action will be today.
So those two crashes represented 9 Cup Series championships, albeit in the car before this Gen 7 car. What is it that's different about this car here?
Everything. Everything about this car is different. And, you know, that's the hard part for Kyle Busch and Jimmy Johnson coming in and not racing every week and being able to get used to this car. It's going to be a tall task for Jimmy Johnson to be competitive today. But I think that the biggest thing that you have to do with this car is you have to retrain your mind to do what it takes to run this car well.
Okay, who is that? Who's good at that? Kyle Larson. We've seen it. Hendrick versus Gibbs. Kyle Larson, William Byron, Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell. Keep an eye on him. Who can break up that regime? I look for Tyler Reddick to have a big day today.
All right, you've heard about the usual suspects. Texas has always also been a place of surprises. We may well see one here today. Apprehension at a track the drivers describe as sketchy. Well, let's get this party started.
And now, race fans, here to say the most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome head football coach for the TCU Horned Frogs, Sonny Dykes and family.
Welcome to beautiful Fort Worth, Texas. Drivers, start your engine.
NASCAR's best are about to roll for 400 miles on a gorgeous sun-kissed day in Texas.
Texas Motor Speedway. Everyone is ready to stake their claim, but only one driver will be the Lone Star. It's the NASCAR Cup Series on Fox. The green flag waves.
Out here, danger finds you.
It does not feel right to feel high nose in traffic. What the hell is he doing?
Blink
Mud in the middle of the pack. Trouble. Hard in the wall.
and get beat.
Further back. I have a rear tire going down. Let's go. Keep getting him.
And being the fastest
A dominant driver in a dominant car has dominated Texas.
is the only thing that matters.
Checker flag right here. Checker flag. Hell yeah. Let's go.
It's Texas. Time to take what's yours.
Welcome back to the Autotrader Echopark Automotive 400 at Texas Motor Speedway. 8 races in to the Cup Series for 2024. Hendrick versus Gibbs has been the story of this year. They've won 7 of the 8 races between them. 22 top 10, or top 5s rather. 34 top 10s. What a start to the season. And look at the laps led. A huge margin there. And they share the front row with Kyle Larson owning his 3rd straight pole position of the season, a winner here in 2021. And Ty Gibbs, for the 4th time, matches his best career start.
Let's talk to him, Mike. Ty Gibbs, Kevin and Clint up in the booth. Got a track temp 30 degrees higher than when you started practice yesterday. What do you think is going to happen at the start of this race? What do you expect?
Yeah, hopefully I can get the lead, get in there and drive away. So that would be really nice. But hope you guys have a good one up there and then enjoy my racing and hope you have a good day.
All right, man. Keep it straight. We'll be watching. Good luck.
Yep. Keep it straight.
Row 2, a Chevy and a Toyota. All Toyota. 2nd row, Christopher Bell has his best start of the season. And Tyler Reddick, the winner here in the fall of 2022.
Tyler Reddick, Boring the Boys, up in the booth. You got us?
Yes, sir. I got you guys.
Man, oh man, got a fast racetrack here. 1.5 mile track. Last time I was on 1.5 miles. You were hot, just like this racing surface is going to be today. What do you got for me?
Man, we got a fast Beast Unleashed Toyota Camry. We got Bun B in the house, and we're going to go out there and try and get this 45 back to victory lane.
Well, you've certainly been quietly on a roll. I mean, are you ready? You got Beast on the hood of this thing, right? You ready to go to Beast mode and get the job done today?
It's what I like to do. That's how I like to drive. So we'll be getting after it, that's for sure.
I can't wait, man. Good luck out there.
Row 3, we got the top qualifying Ford with Chase Briscoe and last week's winner, William Byron. Jamie?
Well, Kevin, you guys keep talking about the hotness today. The hottest driver in NASCAR
William Byron coming off his third career win, or third win of the season so far. And I talked to Rudy Fugel, his crew chief. He expects a lot more of the same. He said this is a fast car. He also said he expects a lot of cautions today, a lot of opportunity to work on this race car to keep up with the changing track conditions. Hey, they figured it out here last time we raced here in the fall. They went to victory lane.
Okay, row 4, we got Ryan Blaney, last year's champion, folks, and then Austin Cindric, best Texas start.
Regan.
Mike, Ryan Blaney has been extremely good here at Texas Motor Speedway. 8 top 10s in his last 10 starts at this racetrack, including a win in the 2022 All-Star race. He is carrying momentum off of a 5th place performance last week and a good practice session yesterday. The team told me if the groove moves up on the track today like they anticipate it will, that will be their strength. That is what they want to have happen to see Ryan Blaney get his first win of the year.
Row 5, a pair of Toyotas. Martin Truex Jr., 3 times a runner-up here in Texas. And Bubba Wallace, who led the most laps here in last fall's race and finished 3rd.
Row 6, we have 3-time Texas winner Denny Hamlin and last year's runner-up Ross Chastain. Larry?
Yeah, I think it's been well documented. This is a fast mile-and-a-half racetrack, but what makes it unique, the 2 ends are very different. Now, a goal of the track this fast is to get the rear of the car down for aerodynamics. Texas creates challenges for that. Let's go to our Toyota Camry car, cutaway car, and let's talk about what goes on in the rear of the car. Now, you're going to see right here, you're going to see the 2 left rear and the right rear coilover shock assemblies. But let's focus on the right rear. As it goes into the corner, you see the spring compressing as well as the shock. Internally, there's a travel stop inside that shock. Now, as the shock travels, that polyurethane spacer, it's okay to hit that. But if you travel it too much, it bottoms out in that shock, metal to metal, and across those bumps in 3 and 4, it de-wedges the car, guys, and makes it very loose. In the perfect world, you love to travel one way in one end and one way in the other.
Well, we're definitely not living in a perfect world here at Texas, guys, because this is a really, really unique racetrack. The biggest thing that these guys had to decide overnight, how much slower is the pace going to be? How much can I lower my car? Well, we're going to see if they got it right here at the beginning, because you want the car as low as possible in 3 and 4, maybe touching those bump stops just a little bit. But, man, if you touch them too much, you're going to be in big trouble.
And it's because it's very bumpy down in 3 and 4. You hit one of those bumps, bottoms that shock out like Larry's talking about, the rest is history. Goodbye.
Now, when we got to the track this morning, it was 64 degrees and full clouds. Now it's up to 86. It is muggy, and the track temp 117 degrees. Pole sitter Kyle Larson talked about his Indy test earlier this week and about qualifying here.
For sure, that doesn't hurt to feel 220 something there, but it's surprising. Like, this felt way faster today just because the lack of grip. The IndyCar there was cold and overcast, and the track was green, so it had a lot of grip to go along with that speed, so you don't really get that sensation. But here today, like, I've felt on edge. It definitely doesn't hurt when you can go 220 something a few days ago.
Wow. This is edgier than Indianapolis.
Well, the sensation of speed here is just so high in the corners.
That was yesterday. 30 degrees hotter today. Very, very different. Going to be even slicker.
3 stages, 80, then 85, then 102 laps to finish it off. Fuel window around 70 laps.
Well, Mike, we have to take care of our race car right here, because turn 1 and 2 is going to be different with all the traffic, with all the heat in the racetrack. We know the cars have been a handful, but guess what, boys? They're going to be even more of a handful today, so you better be ready.
And the race for track position, that clean air, just like Ty Gibbs told us about, that is so important.
Pace car is in. They address themselves to the start line, and we are underway in Texas. A very orderly start. Nobody jumping out of line.
Well, and we saw the horsepower right off the bat. We talked about it yesterday, the horsepower in that 5 car and how good that thing handles down the straightaway. Just drive away from Ty Gibbs through the middle of 1 and 2 and off of turn 2.
Well, I saw it through the middle, and what I saw is the loud pedal. That right foot stayed down farther on the 5 than it did at the Gibbs on that outside. That's hard to do. You drive in door to door, not knowing the grip level in your race car or anything else. That was a smart heads-up move, veteran move by Ty Gibbs. Let's go ahead and settle in here.
make sure we got the grip we were looking for.
Single file back to 7th. Cindric and Wallace, a Ford and a Toyota battle. Truex looking on. That's for 8th place.
Well, I'm really interested to see if these Fords can hang out in the front of the pack.
See Chastain in trouble off of turn 4. You see them all starting to stack up behind him there, getting off into 1. Yes, look at this. Still, I don't have it sorted out. That was all stacked up behind Chastain, just right in front of this pack.
3 drivers had to start in the rear. Kyle Busch in a backup car. Jimmy Johnson after crash repairs, and Kaz Grala changed a steering rack after yesterday's qualifying.
We've seen this racetrack run 2 races now. They did not put any resin in the second groove, but we've seen that second groove already been run in the Xfinity cars and in the Truck Series. So you see the Cup guys really comfortable being able to go up there right off the bat.
That was super close with Todd Gilliland. We still don't have it sorted out back here.
10th place, Truex and McDowell.
Well, right now these guys are all filling out their race cars. They've not running this much traffic. We talked about the heat in the racetrack. They're all wondering if the adjustments that they made on their car are better or worse. And it's tough to get comfortable in the first part of this race when you have everything happening on the start, and already that anxiety and nerves that come with this particular racetrack, and add in all the traffic and everything that's happening. It is just an intense first few laps.
Well, already you see the speed in this racetrack. You see that clean air and what it does for you. Getting strung out, getting this air, all the downforce you could possibly get on your race car. The leaders had that first. These guys that did mired back in traffic still stuck 2-3 wide. Well, look at this clean air up here.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna see some fall off today. We're gonna see the handling really come into play. We talked to the drivers, and they told us the tires fall off and the cars really start to get up on top of the racetrack. And so these first few laps are great, and everybody's settled in and feeling everything out, but it is not going to get better for them behind the wheel.
Race the racetrack. I don't think I've heard those words since we were at Darlington last year.
Well, you have to settle into a rhythm here, and you have to be comfortable with where you're at with your car. You see all these guys running the bottom of 1 and 2. That is not where they're going to wind up by the time this first run is over. I think they're going to be up the racetrack. Larson's already looking around up front through the middle of the racetrack through 3 and 4. But I think by the end of the day, especially through 1 and 2, you're going to be up the racetrack, and you see Todd Gilliland up in that second lane. Right sides, right on those hash marks through the corner, and that's what the place that has the most grip.
Gilliland and Ty Dillon battling back there. There's Chase Elliott, 21st, with Corey LaJoie. Elliott up 3 spots since the start. Justin Haley has gained the most spots, 6 since the start of this race. He's 26th.
Riding along with 7-time champion Jimmy Johnson. Struggling so far this weekend. Been rough. Been around backwards in the wall in practice. Got a long road to hoe today.
Yeah, and it's just not an ideal situation for Jimmy Johnson to come in and run these races. I think he came to one of the hardest racetracks to show up and run this car. See him starting to downshift there through the middle of 1 and 2, but he is learning every lap, and it's just going to be a long day for him.
11th and 12th. Truex started 9th. He's dropped 2. Hamlin down 1 from where he started, 11th.
You see Larson take off and hide. I expected that after the, of the 5 car. But Gibbs, Ty Gibbs, the 54 car, is holding pace with him quite well. They're driving off and separating themselves from 3rd, Christopher Bell.
Well, what we're showing right here is Brad Keselowski struggling. See Kyle Busch going by, and this is what we talked about at the start of the race, and we talked to Brad on the pre-race show. He has lost 10 positions and struggling with the handling of his car, and this is what we were wondering. What would these RFK cars do? We talk about Brad Keselowski's record here at Texas, but it has not been good to start this race.
Well, all right, who's on the inside of him? Busch right there on the inside. He was also involved in a spin out and hit the wall in practice. Backup car for Kyle Busch in the 8.
32nd and 33rd. Not good.
Kyle Larson with a 1-second lead on Ty Gibbs, who has a further 2.5 on his teammates Christopher Bell. And then Tyler Reddick and Chase Briscoe, the top 5 after 11 laps in Texas. 16 laps complete in the Autotrader Echopark Automotive 400 in Texas. Pole sitter Kyle Larson minding the gap, 1 second up on Ty Gibbs, but they are pulling away from the rest of the field. The gap now another 3 1/3 seconds back to Christopher Bell. We talked to a number of drivers competing this weekend about where the preferred line is in the corners here at Texas.
I think the preferred groove will still be your normal Texas bottom. First half of the race is going to be right around the bottom. By the end of the race, I think you'll see the top be really fast.
Probably the bottom for a little while, and then it's going to move a little bit wider. How wide is it going to get? We don't know.
Well, I would have thought it was going to be on the bottom, but the top started coming in. Every time we come back to these tracks the next year, they've changed. They've had a whole winter. No telling what the asphalt's changed, how it's changed, and what's to look for. So I have no idea.
Yeah, no idea. That's a great explanation of everything that we're dealing with today. You see Eric Jones there kind of move up, and he was probably going to run a little bit higher, but right now everything's on the bottom. I still say Kyle Larson is going to catch the back of this field, and he's going to have to go somewhere besides the bottom. So I think that second groove will come in.
Let's check with Larry Mack.
Yeah, Mike, Chase Briscoe in the 14 car, he's running 5th right now, and as you've documented, the pace has fallen off almost a second after 20 laps. What Chase Briscoe has started doing now, because the speeds are down, he has started downshifting the 4th, getting into 1 and 2, and then grabbing 5th down the back straightaway. He stays in 5th gear all the way through the faster end of 3 and 4, but he definitely started shifting, getting into 1 about 5 or 6 laps ago.
Yeah, and once somebody starts doing that, then everybody will start to recognize, okay, I have things that I can do, different tools in my car to be able to downshift. Once this second groove gets burned in a little bit, and I just don't think anybody wants to be the first one up there, but like I say, when they start catching lap traffic, they're going to have to do something besides run the bottom.
You will quickly be forced to. You have to go where they're not. Can't get mired back in their wake of their draft. It drastically tightens the race car up behind you. That's when you're going to start moving up the racetrack, as you say, Kevin, and utilizing that downshift that Larry speaks of.
Yeah, we heard Larry talk about a lot of tight race cars on the track, and I think some of that is obviously traffic. I think some of that is everybody anticipating the racetrack probably not having as much grip as it did yesterday. So we'll see these guys start to dial their cars in and do things a little bit differently, but there will be some comers and goers here as we get further into this run.
Point taken, Denny Hamlin, he ran that outside. You see the momentum, the run he got off of 2, running down the backstretch on his teammate Truex Jr. Starting to see the 5 car, the leader, inch up the racetrack more and more and more in 3 and 4. I think he's consciously starting to set himself up, getting a good feel for the grip level up there as he starts to approach his lap traffic.
So the gap first and second has remained very constant at a full second. How far do you need to be behind another car when you can consider yourself to be in clean air here?
Yeah, well, you're going to be really the leader's the only one that's going to be in clean air. These cars are sensitive, but as we saw last week, you can make your way through traffic if you have a good handling car. And this groove is going to widen out, and you're going to have some options here as this run goes. So the fall off, the second groove in the racetrack, the downshifting, there's going to be a lot of things that start to be able to show up with the good handling cars and the bad handling cars.
Well, and it's not like it's a cakewalk to just drive around them. Those guys are racing for that lead lap material position, and they're going to make it hard on you. They're going to try to make it wide. They're going to try to make you tight behind them, take your air off of your race car, and that's where the challenge becomes. Just because you rolled with their outside doesn't mean they're going to pull up there and just let you go. They're going to block you and force you to do something they're not.
Working lap 25, all under green, and pole sitter Kyle Larson has led from the drop of the green flag. The gap back to Ty Gibbs, still exactly 1 second.
What does it take to become a legend? Generations of victory?
One of the great masters of the sport.
Motor oil in your veins? Does it take irrational confidence? A little bit of last lap magic? What about fandom that runs in the family? A track where every mile becomes a memory? Or maybe it's simply knowing that new legacies are built one lap at a time.
31 laps complete in Texas. Kyle Larson has the Xfinity fastest lap of the race so far. Nice to see all three makes represented in that Fast Five. While we were away, Ryan Blaney moved up to 5th place and Denny Hamlin moved into the top 10.
Well, you see that fastest lap right there, 3/10 better. Kyle Larson, he was like, man, I want all the smoke right here. I'm the guy. 3/10 faster than the next guy. That just shows the speed of his car.
Well, he's starting to think about this lap traffic as he approaches him. What do I do?
Cascaralla, who replaced a steering rack after yesterday's practice, will be the first car to go one down as Ross Chastain moves up to 13th.
Yeah, Martin's struggling with the handling of his car. He's been passed by a few cars now, headed the wrong direction, and now we're going to see Kyle Larson start to move around, in my opinion. He's going to go to the bottom right here, but eventually he's going to be at a point where he's not as much faster and they don't move over for him. He's going to have to move around the racetrack.
Well, he's going to have a busy month of May with NASCAR and the Indy 500 earlier this year in a relaxed setting. Michael Waltrip talked with Kyle Larson about it.
I've tested twice, once at Indy and then here at Phoenix. You're just feeling the speed and the G-forces was crazy, but at the same point, like, it didn't feel that different to me than our next-gen cars.
What are the expectations for the Indy 500?
I have no clue. I understand how difficult it is and how experienced all those drivers are. I would like to just have a nice, clean couple weeks, gain experience, all of that, and enjoy my time. And then try and go to the 600 and whoop ass there.
Denny Hamlin's making his pit stop under green along with John Hunter Nemechek and Ryan Preece. Now a half dozen more to pit road.
Yeah, you know it's going to bring them all down. Once one does it, they all follow. Have to. Denny Hamlin on the move. You know Truex, we saw him backing up. He needs some adjustments.
Yeah, and the guys who pitted first, we saw Denny Hamlin come to pit road first. Here comes our leader, Kyle Larson.
Jamie?
William Byron, the 5's teammate, making his way down pit road as well. Feels like they're pretty even to the cars around him. No big complaints, Regan.
Well, the 5 car of your leader, Kyle Larson, right now is just a little bit tight in turns 3 and 4. That started happening about 5 laps ago.
Well, and a lot of that started happening because he started catching traffic, and you see Tyler Reddick's crew. Great shot from the spoiler right there, watching those guys do their work.
Well, you saw Gibbs on your pylon. Gibbs and Bell, teammates stayed out. Bell actually pitted this lap. Gibbs still out there. A little bit difference in strategy.
So Ty Gibbs becomes the second leader of this race. Larson led the first 35 laps.
Well, and Ty had a huge lead over the cars that were behind him, so it's allowing him to run a little bit further, try to have a little bit fresher tires.
I don't like this Gibbs staying out. He's mired in traffic. Larson is wide open. Clean track ahead.
Got a fire, guys.
Big time fire on pit road.
Looks like a little bit of a gas spill there as one car was leaving.
Hold on, this is important. See, Gibbs is wanting to come in. They're ready. He's still on the racetrack. He's going to have to come through that. Probably told him to go around another lap.
Yeah, and you're right, Clint. He's losing a ton of time in this traffic.
Absolutely.
His pit stall is just after the pit stall that was on fire. That fire has now been extinguished. They're saying don't throw any sand or anything out there because he needs to get in his pit.
This is not going to work out very well for them. If you look over your shoulder, that's in pit road. Look over your shoulder here on the racetrack, and he is in a ton of traffic.
And he's got to battle cars that now have fresh tires, as well as the ones he's trying to lap.
And you see him trying to protect himself right there to not have Brett Keselowski get underneath him because he's going to come to pit road right here.
6, 7 drivers have yet to pit.
Careful.
Here he comes.
He got her load up. That's a really hard pit road to come around, especially in the traffic and everything that he had to hold the pace. Then all of a sudden you get around the corner and oh, there it is.
All right, that'll hand the lead to Chase Elliott, with Gibbs on pit road. Regan.
Like Ty Gibbs was good early on with the race car, but as the run went on, he started to develop a free condition. By the end of the run, he was free everywhere on the racetrack, he told his guys.
Well, that's what we expected. Exactly what Regan just reported was that right rear tire to start to give up and the car start to slide around. You see trouble on the left rear. This is went from bad to worse right there on the pit stop.
A long stop for Ty Gibbs. Chase Elliott the leader. Todd Gilliland second. Ty Dillon, Austin Hill, Daniel Hemrick, all of whom started outside the top 20. and now have the lead without yet making a pit stop.
Yeah, and that's really been the Achilles heel of a lot of these weeks when that 54 car has been so good, to be able to perform on pit road like that. We've seen him bite it a couple times and have to battle back all day instead of stay up there in the front for the lead.
We saw on the bug there just how much he lost. He was virtually close to Larson within striking distance as they were getting to that traffic before the pit stops. Now it's almost a half a track behind.
Well, it was over a second a lap right there, and then you saw all the trouble on the pit stop, and it really put him behind.
So now just Elliott, Gilliland, Hill, and Hemrick remain on the racetrack without having made this first pit stop. Larson up to third, and Bell leading the rest of the drivers who've pitted from sixth.
Well, look how far Bell is ahead of, I mean, don't mean to keep beating this, but look how far he's ahead of Gibbs, the third place car of Bell, and he wasn't even in sight before this pit stop, cycle of pit stops.
Well, right now, Clint.
Yeah, look how far it is.
Yeah, it's definitely a long ways, and right now Chase Elliott has stayed on the racetrack and running 30.26, and he's losing about a half a second a lap to Larson.
Chase Elliott was 21st before the pit stop cycle began. Been out there for 44 laps, along with Gilliland, Hill, and Hemrick. 15 drivers on the lead lap. Of course, that will cycle once Elliott and Gilliland make those stops. All right, Chase Elliott grinding it out with the lead here, 45 laps in Texas. Chase Elliott and Todd Gilliland did not make their pit stop, hoping for a caution. They got one. Jimmy Johnson spun coming off turn number 4 to put us under the first caution flag of the day. Watch the 84.
Oh yeah, he's sideways before he even came into the camera frame. So just got to be really careful with this car. There's a huge bump in the middle of 3 and 4 down there. When you run higher up the racetrack, it'll just bounce the car, and all of a sudden it'll be around on those, probably on those limiters.
Jamie?
Yeah, to your point, I just listened to Jimmy Johnson's radio. He said, I'm just awful through the bumps. It's not bottoming out, but it's just awful up there. And you see what happened there once he hit it.
Yeah, and that's
you can almost see the car bounce right there.
And that's just experience in this car, not having the experience in this car. I mean, you know coming here that you're going to have a tough time running through those bumps because of how rough it is. It's just going to come out from underneath him.
Did you see that? You could see it in his body. Watch his helmet bounce, and as soon as it did, unloaded the rear tires of that car and around it went.
And I mean, it's literally starting over again for Jimmy Johnson and learning all these things that these guys are doing on a week-to-week basis. And you think you can go up there and do those types of things, but you can't. It's tough in this car up there.
Now, in the big picture, Elliott, Gilliland, Hill, and Hemrick have not made their pit stop. That means there's only 18 cars on the lead lap. Alex Bowman, I believe, is going to get Chris Buescher is going to get the free pass and get back on the lead lap. But Elliott and Gilliland did what they hoped to do, trap a number of cars one lap down.
Larry, I think this is a perfect thing. I don't think it's just that. I think when they pit right here, you expect some of these guys to have to come with them.
I do, because they've got about anywhere from 8 to 10 up to 12 laps on their tires. The only one that has the least amount of tires is Ty Gibbs in that 54 car with about 9 laps. You could see a mixed bag, but to Mike's point, there's only 18 drivers on the lead lap. We know some's going to come get 4. You may see right sides only. We've already seen what clean air is worth. Being out front is worth a lot.
All right, the pits have not yet opened under this first caution of the day in Texas for Jimmy Johnson's spin. Well, the pits opened, and the 4 drivers who had not yet made a stop came in, along with Ryan Blaney, Bubba Wallace, Gilliland, The 34 of McDowell, Chastain, and Truex all pitted. Regan.
Well, Mike, a great break for Chase Elliott with that caution coming out, helping him get some track position. Early on, he had no grip with the front or the back of the car, but as the run went on, it continued to get better. By the end of it, he actually liked it, said the balance isn't terrible, maybe just a little bit too tight with the front of the race car.
Well, to your point, Elliott did not run his fastest lap of the race until lap 47, very deep in that run.
Yeah, and he had some great lap times in clean air up there, so he's definitely got a car with the right track position that can compete today.
Well, Harry, you said it. All these teams saw the clean air and the importance of it, noted on the 9 car. Larson, everybody that's had it is extremely fast. Not very many of them came.
Yeah, and Chastain in the 1, they came and did right sides only, kind of to my point, trying to buy a little track position.
I'm not sure if Truex took tires or did he just come in for fuel and an adjustment. We'll double check.
We think
on that.
He's got a loose wheel, Mike. We think he's got a loose wheel.
Oh, goodness.
Going to find out right here.
Yeah, they're going to put tires on it while he's in. But the worst two will restart is 18th. That's how many cars will have on the lead lap for the restart. Here's some audio from the 19.
Do you have a loose wheel, sorry? Copy. Bring it back. We'll put 4 on it.
Should have just stayed out.
Bring it back here.
I am. What do you think I just said?
Yeah, Martin's frustrated because he had to pit the second time, so he's going to have to start tail into the field in order to because he had to pit the second time. He came in with the lap down cars, so bad cycle of events. We saw Martin go backwards at the beginning of the race,
yes.
and now he is going to be at the dead back of the field.
Bad to worse.
Saturday on Fox, the United Football League continues with hard-hitting action. The DC Defenders battle the undefeated Birmingham Stallions, or you'll see Michigan battle San Antonio at 7 Eastern. Saturday on Fox. Check your local listings.
Uh-oh.
Loose wheel, we're told, on Ty Gibbs' car.
Well, this is exactly what we talked about earlier, Clint. This 54 team on pit road has had trouble in these key moments of keeping their car on the racetrack in the great track position and all the moments that they've had. And now they're back on pit road with a loose wheel. We saw the 19 just come in for a loose wheel, so they've definitely had some issues.
On a racetrack where track position's hard to come by.
And a car that can win the race.
Exactly. Going to need opportunities, much like we saw with this last caution of Jimmy Johnson. Untimely cautions create those opportunities, but it might be deep in the race before we see that.
Well, right now we just need to make sure that we keep our driver calm. Hey, we got a fast race car. We need to do what we have to do to not get our car tore up, and we'll figure out how to get you back up. It's going to take all day to get you back up there, but you got a fast car, and let's just not tear it up.
Coach was not happy with what he saw sitting on that box.
Yeah, I wouldn't be either. I mean, two of his teams right there had loose wheels, so easy to do. Not jumping on the pit crew guys, but man, there's a lot that can go wrong. But it definitely, when you have 2 of your cars on pit road for a loose wheel right there, definitely going to raise the blood pressure a little bit.
So it'll be 25 to go in stage 1 when we restart. Showing 19 cars on the lead lap, including Buscher, who got the free pass. And a bunch of wave arounds getting ready for the restart.
Christopher Bell got a great start on that outside. Going to be door to door with Larson. Might lose that battle again. Oh, 3 wide. Cindric up out of the groove.
Restarts are so tough here, Clint, because that third lane, you don't want to be up there. Cars get tight when you come up off the corner and have to be in traffic right there, so you got to be really careful with the positioning of the car and what you do on the restarts, but got to be aggressive.
Eighth place here. Blaney and Chastain.
Saw Chastain plenty aggressive, as you spoke of, Kevin. He was 3 wide getting into 1 and won that battle on the bottom, utilizing that preferred groove.
Yeah. And we see William Byron. You see the hood flap right there. See him move down to block the run of Chase Elliott behind him, but he was right on the back bumper of Chase Briscoe.
Chastain ran down to the bottom, slid up the racetrack in front of McDowell. Frustration crossover at McDowell. These guys are duking it out.
But you have to be aggressive on these restarts, Clint, and take everything that you can take, because right now is the best time to pass. So we know Ross Chastain is very aggressive on the restarts, and he's going to do everything he can to try to make some ground up in a short amount of time.
Well, Chase Briscoe took 2 on the restart. He restarted 7th, passed Byron. He is up to 5th. Byron has dropped 3 since the green flag waved again.
It's Hamlin's coming, guys. You see him right there looking to the inside of Tyler Reddick for 3rd. He's come a long ways in a short amount of time. This car is very good on the long run. Keep your eyes out for this 11.
Well, I know track position is really important, but you never know what your car is going to do on a refire with a cycle on the tires. Jamie?
Yeah, and Denny Hamlin qualified 11th, and he was really discouraged about that, and so was his crew chief, Chris Gabehart. I talked to Chris this morning. He said, we're bummed because we missed it in qualifying, but don't let that discourage our fans. We are fast. This car has a great balance through 1 and 2 especially. He said, and Denny will figure out 3 and 4 once we're in the race, and that's what he's doing as he's going forward.
Well, the last time Hamlin started 11th was 2 weeks ago in Richmond, which he won. Wallace, Todd Gilliland, that is for 10th place. 60 laps complete in Texas as we take you Fox side by side.
Until I get there, take a time on.
Toyota Racing is looking for iron stomachs that can stand the pressure. This season, we want you. Join us at Toyota Racing. Toyota Racing is looking for quick draw thumbs that leave their own smoke trail. This season, we want you. Join us at Toyota Racing.
At the Cracker Barrel, freshly made food at a fair price is just what we do. In fact, we've got over 20 meals under $12, each served with a helping of care. Eat, shop, earn Cracker Barrel rewards.
We got the house! Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
It's Kubota Orange Days. Shop the year's biggest selection of Kubota equipment and get 0% APR for 84 months or up to $3,300 off select compact tractors. Find your nearest dealer at KubotaOrangeDays.com.
The lady in black. She's got a thing for tradition, a hankering for history, and she sure likes a good challenge. Well, when Throwback Weekend comes to town, she'll get exactly what she wants and play extra hard to get. Shall we dance? NASCAR Throwback Weekend at Darlington Raceway. Get your tickets now at darlingtonraceway.com.
Saturday on FS1, 2 iconic teams take center stage as Betts, Ohtani, Freeman, and the Dodgers battle Alonso, Lindor, and the Mets. Coverage begins Saturday at 3 Eastern on FS1.
'65 complete in Texas, where on the restart we had 32 cars on the lead lap with all the drivers that took the wave around. That's where we are right now. Last of those, Daniel Suarez, who had quite a moment while we were in break there. We're watching Chase Elliott, who, when the caution came out, was in the lead. He's now in 7th spot. Ryan Blaney giving chase.
Well, that was a good cycle for Chase Elliott. And we know if he gets a track position, his car can run better. And here's a guy who's probably a little bit frustrated. And Ty Gibbs, who knows he has a car that can compete for the win, and now he is back in the pack battling to get the track position back. Regan?
Well, Kevin, to follow up on Ty Gibbs coming back down pit road, it was not actually a loose wheel. This happened under the green flag stop. The socket off of the gun that puts the tires on and off actually got hung up on the car and was on the car after the fact. They had to come down and get that socket off for future pit stop, something I have never seen before. It came disengaged from the pit gun.
Well, it definitely seems like if it's going to happen, it's going to happen to those guys. They've had.
And after that happened, here is the 54 radio.
Ton of laps, ton of time. I know we got a lot of work to do here now. It's going to be tough. Stay in the game, deep breath. We're going to work at it. We're going to chip at it. We'll get back up where we need to be. Car's plenty good enough. Car's plenty good enough. So got to take care of our stuff one at a time. Take care of your air.
I love that pep talk because you know the driver's frustrated and you know that he just wants to go and do everything he can to get back to the front, but you gotta be methodical and take your time doing what you need to do to put your car in the right spot, to make the passes clean and take care of the car. You're just this stage is over, and you just need to get everything you can and put yourself in a good position.
Well, if anything, they have made Chase Elliott's car faster. Lap 57, he ran his fastest lap of the race, even quicker than the one he ran just prior to the caution flag. So business picking up for engine number 9.
His car was fast before that pit stop, Mike, because when he got clean air, I think the biggest thing they did was give him better track position, which automatically will, like you're saying, make that car faster. He's got better track position, and the biggest thing, Clint, on a racetrack like this, he's got more confidence in what he's doing. Hello, Clint.
Oh, I totally agree with you. And it's happened, just like you said, it's happened over the course of the short tracks. I thought he got really, really solid. And but what do you say about this guy on the lead?
I'm so used to you having everything to say. I didn't know what to do right there when you were silent.
Well, it's not very often I agree with you, Kevin. That's what happened, and you were
stunned.
Well, it's just so boring when you agree.
Oh, how were the stockyards last night?
Oh my gosh, it was on fire. The place was
standing
on end.
That's why you're quiet. You're hungover.
No.
Oh
no.
Well, I didn't know.
It was.
I just assumed that.
What a beautiful day down there. So much fun. This area is awesome. It just continues to get. As you see, how about Blaney?
Up on the outside. That's what we'd like to see.
You just cut me off.
Yeah, you were long-winded.
If you don't know about the stockyards, it's fun, folks. You need to know. Kevin, you probably ought to stay away.
Thank you, Clint.
8 laps to go in the stage, and with his success at Texas, third place Denny Hamlin is today's guaranteed fit, sponsored by eBay Motors. Three-time winner here, 16 top 10s and 33 starts. That's a pretty good fit.
Well, he's got a fast car too, and you look at the lap times. I know he's probably in a little bit cleaner air, but we talked about experience in the pre-race show today, and we talked about these guys that can take care of their car and adjust to the racetrack and handle a car that's going to slide around the racetrack, find a groove that works for them and be able to maneuver through traffic, and Denny Hamlin fits that category.
This is going to come down to mistakes on pit road, things like that. Pit road is going to be so important. You put any one of these 3 cars right here in the lead, they're going to be hard to handle.
Ty Gibbs has climbed to 21st, just behind Noah Gragson, about 15 seconds back of the lead.
Well, that last lap was just under a 1/10 of a second slower than the leader, so he's doing a good job. But when you catch these cars, then you're going to lose a little bit of lap time, and you got to maneuver, put your car in a position to make a pass and do something different than the guys in front of you. And from everything that I've seen, his car is pretty versatile. See him up a lane on the racetrack right there, but when these guys are side by side like that through the corner, it just makes that handling even worse. So best thing for him is those cars stacked up, because I feel like he's definitely got a better handling car and maybe an opportunity to get a few of them right here.
We're running out of time. Blaney's the one, probably the only one that's going to be able to make a move for position for the coming to the closing ends of this stage. Mind you, only 5 laps to go.
But how about Elliott and Alan Gustafson? That change, that move that they made, staying out, catching a caution flag and making the stop, took them from 21st before the pit stop cycle to the lead, and now to 6th place. So that's a 15-spot swing, all due to strategy and a little bit of racing luck.
Well, look, sometimes you got to make your own luck by taking those chances and putting yourself in a position to capitalize on those moments. And they definitely capitalized on it. And like I said a minute ago, the confidence that Chase Elliott got with those lap times he was running, I feel good about where they are. They definitely made themselves better with the track position that they gained.
Tyler Reddick fourth, 3.3 seconds off the lead.
And I thought this car would be faster, Mike. I really thought that Tyler Reddick was going to be one of the cars to beat today, but he has not shown the speed so far of Larson and Hamlin and Ty Gibbs.
Don't be so quick to sell him out on this deal. He is so close. A couple of adjustments, fine-tuning of this car might be able to put him right where he needs to be. Again, getting on pit road, making no mistakes, fast pit stop. You put him out front, I think he'll be hard to handle as well. Any one of those cars in the top 5, I think.
And here's a car, Christopher Bell, 20 car of Christopher Bell. All the time we sleep on this guy. He's a car that runs fast, runs up front every week, and I don't understand why he doesn't get more credit than he does for being as competitive as he is, as we see Ryan Blaney go by Chase Elliott.
Finally, that took him about 5 laps to get that job done on the final lap of the stage. Perfect timing.
10th place, Bubba Wallace, and poised to get the final stage point there ahead of Ross Chastain. Kyle Larson on 1.5-mile tracks in the 7th Gen Cup car that we raced today. He's about to win his 11th of 33 stages on 1.5 miles with this car. In fact, in the last 6 races on 1.5-mile tracks, he's won at least 1 stage.
Come playoff time, gonna be handy to have.
Kyle Larson from the pole has now led 62 of 80 laps in Texas.
We started in Brooklyn in '78 and quickly learned we weren't building exhaust. We were building excitement, giving drivers that same roar of victory on their way to work that they heard at the races. Almost 5 decades later, nothing's changed.
For millions of young people, Boys and Girls Club of America provides a safe place where science, technology, and NASCAR come together, where the green flag waves on potential careers, and the skills learned here excite, inspire, and build the foundation towards a better tomorrow. After all, great futures start here.
Welcome back to Fort Worth, Texas, where Kyle Larson has won stage 1, which had only 1 caution flag during its running for Jimmy Johnson's spin. Let's check with Jamie Little.
Well, Mike, every team out here on pit road, they have their own vibe, their own chemistry. Well, I can tell you that the team that has the most fun and are the biggest pranksters is the one for Ross Chastain.
Michael Roberts, front tire changer, Hendersonville, North Carolina. Shout out to the family out there. And cheers to all the One fans out there after we win this race.
Ken Posga, rear tire changer. From Northeast Ohio, go Browns, Warren Howland High School. I got 2 lovely kids, G and Roman.
Matt Simmons, tire carrier, Hogwarts. 2006 Little League All-Star, 5th grade spelling bee runner-up.
Shane Wilson, Jackman. Want to say a special thanks to my wife, Rachel, and my 2 boys, Keegan and Colby, for letting Daddy play in traffic every Sunday. Also, want to dispute John Bernal with the sexiest bald man on pit road. There's no way you've never met Matt Simmons.
Brooke Davenport, fueler, lactose intolerant, Catholic University grad, father to Henry.
We have created a new competition. Imagine a bunch of competitors creating a competition. That was awesome.
How about that? Well, there it is.
Spelling bee runner-up. Something we can't say.
One of those fellows was from Hogwarts. There's Phil Surgeon from Vermont. 4 wins with Ross Chastain. And don't forget their spotter up on the roof, Brandon McReynolds.
That's fun. Being able to highlight those guys, the job they do, every pit stop, 4 tires full of fuel. It's still, even when it's my favorite thing to do is take somebody down and show them a pit stop in NASCAR. It always just blows people away.
Well, Kyle Larson has now led over 500 laps this season, the most he's ever led in the first 9 races of any season. He will lead. Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, Chase Briscoe, and the rest of the lead lap cars on to pit road. Maybe not all of them are stopping. Jamie.
Denny Hamlin peels off in third. He's up 7 spots since the start of the race, saying he's struggling to get it turned in 3 and 4. He has to get off throttle too early, air pressure adjustment and 4. Ross Chastain's team, he just met the boys, going over the wall right now. He's a little bit looser over the bumps. Needs a little bit of help there, Regan.
Christopher Bell in the 20 car needs to be a little bit freer in turns 3 and 4, especially. The wind is pushing him too tight at that end of the racetrack. And Kyle Larson, your leader, a little bit tight in 3 and 4, but edgy in 1 and 2.
Larson comes off second to Martin Truex.
Yes. Found that track position back, boys. Opportunity presents itself. Take advantage.
Well, the other opportunity is the 12 car of Ryan Blaney still on the track.
Yeah, Blaney did not pit. As Coach Gibbs mentioned during the invocation, a sad day for those of us who've been a long time in NASCAR and followed the Labonte family. Of course, Bobby in the Hall of Fame, Terry Labonte, double champion, and their dad, Bob, championship winning car owner in the Busch Series and crew chief, passed away this week. Saturday on FS1, 2 iconic teams go head to head. The Mets take on Mookie Betts, Ohtani, and the Dodgers. 3 Eastern on FS1 Saturday. Differing strategies at stage end. Some drivers went for stage points, and there's how they were awarded. But 4 drivers on your pylon on the left stayed out and did not pit. Blaney, Hill, Buescher, and Gibbs. Couple of issues on pit road. Todd Gilliland, that's Todd Gilliland's tire in Brad Keselowski's pit.
Definitely impeding their pit. That will be a penalty.
Yep, equipment interference. And there's the 71 Zane Smith removing equipment.
Yeah, you definitely can't take the gas can with you.
So in addition to the 4 that did not stop, Martin Truex took 2 tires and was the first off pit road. Here's some Brad Keselowski radio.
Not going to run 3 wide for 30th here at lap 70. Get busted for no reason. I'm going to tear him up here eventually. I don't know when, but the track's too slick to get away with that stuff. Yeah, the only 3 wide you need to be doing is if you get all the way to the bottom. Yeah, 3 wide on the bottom, I'll take. The 3 wide on the top here, we're going to be in the fence.
Well, that lets you know where Brad's car is and how it feels. And he's had a tough start to the race. He's 28th right now after the pit stop, so definitely treacherous out there for some cars.
Now Chase Briscoe came in 5th, but came out, well, he's 16th. So that means he came out about 12th, an uncharacteristic long stop for the 14.
Well, who was the benefactors? Gibbs and Truex both had bad pit stops, needed an opportunity to get back into it. That's exactly what they got with that caution right there.
Well, we're going to find out how good their cars are with those old tires. And we're going to find out how good Kyle Larson's car is on the new tires if he can make it through traffic. Here we go.
We're back under green. Kyle Busch got the free pass at the end of stage 1. So we restart with 33 lead lap cars. Larson's 5, the first car with 4 tires. Remember, Blaney, Hill, Gibbs, Buescher did not stop. How about Austin Hill in 2nd place? He's been tearing up the Xfinity Series, and he's only going to make a handful of Cup starts this year. In a 3rd, Richard Childress Racing entry, crew chief by Keith Rodden. This entry today marks the 3,303rd Cup Series start for Richard Childress Racing since 1969.
Carrying a flag right now for that organization as well. Crossover move by Bell, looking to the inside of Truex, thought better of it. Probably the right move.
Well, we see Martin Truex going backwards right there. That strategy that they had chosen has lost. He's lost a few spots here on this restart. See a huge head of steam by William Byron right there.
Byron inside of Bell. That's for 9th place with McDowell. And then Chastain on the outside.
You see William Byron go back down to block the progress of Christopher Bell right there, and that shows you how important that was a pretty tight play right there.
Well, worked him over for a lap and a half to make the pass, and then he probably slid up in front of him a little bit in a bold move off of 2, lose a little bit of momentum, have to be aggressive to make sure you sustain the track position. But Larson to the outside of Hill.
2nd place, Larson on fresh tires. Hill, one of those that did not stop under this caution.
And now we're going to see how fast Kyle Larson's car is. We see Ryan Blaney running laps that are pretty good, you know, for his track position and everything that he gained to show the speed in his car. But Kyle Larson's been the class of the field so far today.
Well, you can watch his progress on the scoring pylon. When Larson passed Hill, he was 1.5 seconds back of Blaney. You see that number growing smaller. Hamlin for 6th, Reddick for 10th.
I can't wait for the end of this race and the strategy game to pick up. I mean, obviously, you'll need an untimely caution for it to shake things up, but that's exactly what we see, you know, time and time again with these mile-and-a-half tracks, Kevin, is these opportunities as we speak of. We've already seen it today twice.
Well, we see Ty Gibbs there and Austin Hill, Denny Hamlin going past Ty Gibbs, and those guys played the track position game, but I think these tires are obviously more important than the track position at this particular point.
Well, I think they'll prevail. Again, you know, you get down to the ending stages of this race, depending on the laps you already had on your tires, you may be forced to have to pit, fuel. You know, there's so many scenarios that come into this. Might play right into it. Sometimes luck is a part of strategy.
Yeah, we had 2 tires on the 19 of Martin Truex, and his car has steadily just gone backwards.
Hill giving way to Gibbs, neither of whom stopped. And Bubba Wallace in the 23 under fire from Briscoe had a bad pit stop.
Yeah.
Oh, Stenhouse shoots past.
Jump
and so does Gregson.
Yeah.
Got a little too high.
Yeah, you get out of that super black groove, it gets really slick above that.
Austin Hill's going to have to be careful 3 wide on the outside. Heard Keselowski say that's no man's land. Had to lift quite a bit. They're stacking up behind him.
Oh, man.
Wow. Chastain was trying to make it 3 wide.
See the front of Ross's car take off there when he's tucked up right behind Christopher Bell, but you see Ross put a lot of pressure trying to make a decision or find a hole that he couldn't find, and now he didn't want to lose momentum, so this didn't happen, and he had to deal with Michael McDowell.
There's not a needle big enough to shove a watermelon through in that situation. That hole just disappeared on him by the time he got there. .98 laps complete. Ryan Blaney now with Kyle Larson in a hot pursuit for the lead. Big crash on the front straightaway in Texas. We are back under caution. John Hunter Nemechek.
Alex Bowman, Christopher Bell, big damage on the rear of his car. I looked up and saw Bell's car backwards in the wall.
Oh, you see the same thing that happened to Jimmy Johnson earlier. I promise you, Christopher Bell went over that bump in the high groove. The back of the car stepped out on him, caused a chain reaction behind him. That bump in turns 3 and 4, you have to, depends on your car as to how you have to go over that bump. But if the car is not pointed, ooh, see John Hunter come across the nose of Alex Bowman.
I think Bowman got checked up. As you said, it stacked up behind him. He got checked up and ran over from behind. And here come Nemechek sliding in later.
This is on board the 48.
Ally Cam.
Very easy right on the track. Hang on.
Big damage to that car.
Christopher Bell was 10th. Bowman was 19th. Nemechek 22nd.
It's a terrible feeling, Kevin, just along for the ride. Checked up, got ran over.
I think he just lost it, Clint. There was nobody behind him.
Well, let's watch Brad Keselowski drive right through it from the BuildSubmarines.com cam.
Watch your maze in the middle. He's going high, go high, go high, Brad, go high, go high, go high, go high. You're good.
TJ Majors, the spotter.
Yeah, and you could see right there, it looked like a car came across the nose of the 48 car of Alex Bowman, and that's really what spun him out.
Yeah, he was trying to stay down off of him, and they kept coming down further and further, trying to avoid the contact with the cars ahead, and spun Bowman around. Another caution, another opportunity.
So Bell 12th in the point standings, Bowman 13th. Larry, what do you expect is going to happen under this caution?
Well, we know we have a mixed bag of strategy out on the racetrack right now, but I think everybody comes to pit road right here because you can make it to the end of stage 2, but it's going to be busy because I think you're going to have everything maybe from fuel only, right sides, 4 tires. It's going to be all over the place.
Well, this could work out for Ty Gibbs, Martin Truex, some of those guys that had some strategy, Chris Buescher.
Well, and Ryan Blaney, who did not pit at the end of stage 1, holds the lead as they come onto pit road.
That's right.
Jamie.
Denny Hamlin said, I need a little bit better turn in 3 and 4. I'd rather come in now and just work on it, make a small adjustment. They'll do just that. 24, William Byron. Rudy Fugle asked him if he had any loose moments. He said, nope, I'm good. It's going to be right tires only. Regan.
12 car Ryan Blaney likes the adjustments that they've been making. They've been gaining on the stability of the car, in particular on the exit. He's told that they are going to have to count on fuel, so he's going to have to wait on that. In the 5 car, Kyle Larson, his car is good.
Quick 2-tire stop by Hamlin.
And Larson leads him off pit road.
That #1 pit stall important.
Christopher Bell's spin into the wall in turn 4. Alex Bowman spins and gets collected by John Hunter Nemechek.
This is Randy, ladies and gentlemen. Tell me about it. How many years you been coming here?
Been coming here 27 years.
That's why you get dubbed the mayor, right?
That's right.
So nobody's up?
Well, yeah, we've been partying all night. Somebody's got to get up and cook breakfast.
Who's going to win today?
Casey Kane.
What's it been since 2018? My man Casey Kane ain't been on a racetrack. Randy was running a little rough. His idle was a little off this morning when he woke up.
There's Alex Bowman going to the garage where he will join Austin Hill, who had pulled in a lap before with steering problems. Here's some William Byron radio.
Sorry, saw that coming. I just wanted you to try to get him to check, but it's the wrong guy to check. Yeah, he was too far up. He was on my door. He would have wrecked you, so you're fine. Lost those spots there, but it is what it is. P9, let's go to the front. We'll work on it again.
A couple of close calls here. Exiting the pits, that's Tyler Reddick. And here comes Bubba Wallace.
Boom.
Pops him out into traffic just as Christopher Bell was trying to get into his pit.
Well, that's what they're talking about on the William Byron radio. He had to check up for Christopher Bell right there and lost a couple spots. He had nowhere to go.
Man, Truex, talk about capitalizing on other people's behalf. These cautions have really put him right back in the play.
So Larson was the first off pit road, but Todd Gilliland did not pit. Another contrary strategy. Justin Haley gets the free pass. And Chris Buescher will start out back for equipment interference on his pit stop. We're back under green.
Way up out of the groove for Bubba Wallace. Ty Gibbs losing a lot of track position.
Up the hill and to the back. Larson, Hamlin, Truex make quick work of Gilliland. Chastain up for fourth now.
I like what I see out of that 11 car. Able to run that top groove really well.
Big block for Truex. Move back down. Blocked him getting into 3.
I like the fact that Denny Hamlin can run that second groove on both ends as an option. We've seen turns 3 and 4, that bump in the second groove be some issues for a couple cars now.
A lot of aggression, fourth on back. Chastain in the 1. McDowell in the 33 trying to muscle their way through traffic. Blaney restarted 9th. He's picked up 2.
Back, no rush, no run at all.
You see on board the Hunt Brothers Pizza camera right here, and Joey Logano, they've had they're currently 12th, but haven't heard much out of this car today, Clint.
No, I did see or hear a downshift. Back into 5th gears, and here go down the back straightaway, stay wide open. Oh, getting past again.
Yeah, you saw him move down to try to block right there.
See him looking in the rearview mirror. Who else is coming?
Well, that's what happens. That's what happens here. You lose the momentum. You get passed by one car, you get out of the groove, and the next thing you know, you're out of position for the next corner, and then these guys get a run on you as you're side by side, and then you're out of position for the next corner, and it just seems to snowball as you go along.
Blaney for 6th.
Blaney's a grinder, isn't he? He just figures it out. Out of all the Fords, last year's champ, there's a reason he's a champ. Might not be there at the beginning of these things, but by the time the pay window opens, you look over, that 12 car is a factor.
Yeah, and those guys are really good about adjusting on their car. You saw that at the championship race. We've seen it a few times this year. They get to the start of these races and they're not very good, and next thing you know, they get a couple of adjustments on their car and they're in position at the end.
Blaney restarted 9th. He's up to 6th.
He's giving Denny Hamlin fits. I think the 11 car is quite a bit better than him. It just shows you catching him's one thing, passing him's the other. Trying to get out of that wake, going to move to the outside, get some momentum built up. He can keep the throttle down or even do a crossover as he looks maybe to the inside.
They are 2 drivers who have just run their fastest lap in this race. The others being Gilliland, Chastain, Elliott, and Logano. So these adjustments are working. Some of these cars are gaining speed.
Yeah, and we've got a little bit of cloud cover starting to roll into the racetrack. You see it starting to cover different sections of this racetrack, and that Martin Truex is out of the groove.
Way up out of the groove. Hold on to it.
And it is, once you get out of the groove in the middle of the corner, it's like ice.
Speaking of out of the groove, Hocevar. See Busch around there. This is the second time I've seen this for Hocevar. He was in trouble a few laps ago getting in at 1.
He got flats. We'll need to come first time. Sure, they're all flat.
Well, they're not flat yet.
So the rookie brings out the 4th caution of the day. He was running 23rd.
That was way before the corner, Kevin.
Wow.
Might got some help there.
He was loose really, really early.
I'll have to see a better angle of it, but Kyle Busch was close to the rear end of that car.
That was Chris Buescher's view in the Ford Performance Cam. Caution on the day. Hocevar has made it back to pit road.
Yeah, one thing we probably need to pick up on there and explain to everybody is you see Hocevar in his pit stall, but Ty Gibbs and Bubba Wallace. Bubba Wallace got loose on that restart, got up into Gibbs, and they're 23rd and 25th right now if you're wondering where they went. That's what happened.
The leaders stay out. We'll take a break at 114 laps complete. And Kyle Larson in the lead in Texas.
What does it take to become a legend? Maybe it's simply knowing that new legacies are built one lap at a time.
Under caution, Kyle Larson hit the radio, says, feels like I have a flat tire. No.
Not good.
You got a flat tire. You also have no tire.
Lug nut comes off.
That is a massive, massive moment in this race, Clint. Wow.
That'll be a 2-lap penalty. And likely suspensions in order. Yeah, what? Well.
Man, how? After all those laps, it just comes off, Kevin?
Yeah, I don't really know how to explain that, Clint. You know, typically it would feel like the tire was moving around, like the car was skewing out, and I could see why he would think that he had a flat tire with that wheel moving around on the.
Well, let's explain that. Let's dive into it a little bit. Okay, when the tire goes down, you saw the tire go flat and then the wheel come off. When the lug nut comes off, it moves that tire out, and the caliper will actually grind a hole in that a groove in the aluminum wheel. That will flatten the tire, let the air out of it, and then all of a sudden, as soon as that came out, it creates a void and the wheel comes off.
That single lug nut that holds the wheel on the 7th generation car with the retainer to and that retainer designed to keep that nut from backing off, but sometimes things happen.
Well, obviously the setback with the wheel coming off is a big thing, but as Larry told us, a 2-lap penalty for the car that's been the heat all day long, that one is hard to overcome.
And before we go back green, it probably drug a whole bunch of that underneath of that car off. Yeah.
Ready for the restart. We're back to green. Kyle Larson being held for 2 laps.
Yeah, you see him over there on pit road sitting.
See Chase Elliott put him 3 wide on the bottom of the racetrack, puts those guys on the outside in a tough position. Gained a couple spots right there, and to get back up in front of Michael McDowell and clear him, and Denny Hamlin. Martin Truex going at it for the lead. Denny Hamlin prevails right there into turn 3.
Alex Bowman out of race, checked and released at the care center. Austin Hill out with steering issues, and now Larson is released 2 laps down plus distance. Todd Gilliland in the mix there, that white and yellow car, and blue has not been to pit road since lap 85. Everybody he's racing with was in the pits at lap 103.
Well, he's done a great job of managing the position, the track position, and everything that they've given him, and keeping it. So great call by those guys, and obviously their car is not too bad today.
Oh.
Trouble, car around, Josh Berry.
Turn 2, Calamity Corner. This caution at lap 121 will be the 5th of the day.
It looks okay. Keep it rolling here.
Berry was 12th.
Yeah, and you see the deck lid and the bumper caved in on the back of that car of Josh Berry.
The free pass will put Jimmy Johnson back to the lead lap. And watch the 4.
Oh.
Contact there with Buescher.
Stenhouse.
That was Stenhouse.
Excuse me, Stenhouse.
Yeah, I think Stenhouse moved down on him and put him in a bad spot.
Yeah, and it just kind of knocked the front end out from underneath it, and then the next thing you know, the back's coming around.
I don't know if he got cleared or not, but he wasn't clear. He moved to the bottom, took that line away from him, and away it went.
Yeah, and you see that car spinning, but that started when the 47 came across the nose of the 4 and hit the front.
Next view from the Toyota cam of Eric Jones.
Yeah, pretty hard left, right on the nose of Josh Berry.
Loose in front of you, see him. Keep digging.
Not clear.
And and spinning right in front of two of his Stewart-Haas teammates there.
Yeah, and you heard the High Plains drifter Rick Corelli there on the radio with Eric Jones sneaking by that accident.
So if this puts Jimmy Johnson back to the lead lap, we will have only Christopher Bell 1 lap down, Kaz Grala and Kyle Larson 2 laps down. Next Sunday, we're back on Fox at the fastest speedway on earth, Talladega. Pre-race show kicks things off at 2 Eastern, and the green flag flies at 3 next Sunday on Fox.
Well, I promise you that guy right there, Ryan Blaney, will be hard to deal with next week at Talladega. And next week is a race that there's a lot of guys like Joey Logano.
I was going to say, so her guy.
Joey Logano, yeah. Ryan Blaney, all those Fords are licking their chops next week, knowing that they better win.
Brad Keselowski told us that in the pre-race. They know where their strong suits are on those super speedways. Cannot wait to get to Talladega. I can't believe all that's transpired today already. Texas Motor Speedway. I mean, it's been just one thing after another for these teams. Kid is not happy. What happened to my guys? 2 laps down, and we were leading, Mom.
So, Larry, we were just on pit road, what, 19 laps ago?
Yeah, I just don't know if I see anybody up front pitting, but I was questioning Ron Burgundy's strategy with Todd Gilliland in that 38 because they pitted essentially with 80 laps to go. Remember, the fuel window was around 70 laps, but we are up to about 15 or 16 caution laps since he last pitted. So maybe they're going to stretch this thing out and try to make it to the end of the stage, Mike.
Wow. Another contrary strategy for that 38 team. Kyle Larson loses a wheel after leading 77 laps. He is 2 laps down. Then this Josh Berry around.
What does fearless look like? Like trading paint with a champion? Find out for yourself. The NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
Getting ready for the restart in Texas. 124 laps complete. Out halfway through stage number 2. Toyota's up front, Hamlin, Truex, Reddick. Then Gilliland's Ford, which did not pit again. Chastain, Blaney, Elliott, McDowell, Byron and Briscoe in the top 10 spots. We have 33 cars on the lead lap, counting Jimmy Johnson, who got the free pass. Sun-drenched crowd here in Texas watches them take the green. Last time we saw those two restart side by side at the front was Richmond. End of the race. We all know how that turned out.
Well, it looked exactly the same.
Look at Chastain.
We saw Ross Chastain on all these restarts be very aggressive, gain a couple spots, and then kind of settle in. And this one,
whoa, look out.
Tight.
Whoa,
still
he's
tight.
in trouble. Might have been a little contact there.
Oh, there was for sure.
That aggression went too far that time, Kevin. Chastain had to get off in there really hard, aggressive, lifted out of the gas, was loose, slid up into Reddick, cost Reddick a lot of spots.
Yeah, and what'll happen right there in the middle of 1 and 2, the front of the car will take off, and as that corner goes to the exit, it gets really flat on the exit of the corner, and you really can't stop it. And unfortunately for Tyler Reddick, he was the one on the outside of Ross Chastain and really stopped Ross from going up the racetrack, but it didn't work out for Reddick as well.
So Reddick settles in 7th after restarting 3rd. Well, make that 8th. Here comes Chase Elliott on the bottom.
He shouldn't be happy about that. It cost him a lot of spots, and it really wasn't on his doing. He didn't do anything wrong there. Track position's hard to come by. He slowly, methodically got it. Talking about Tyler Reddick and got it taken from him.
All right, so you're Reddick. You're mad. How do you rebound in the moment and get back to the task at hand?
Well, you have to. You just got to get back to work because you were down and out and in a bad way. You got marbles on your tires. You're out of the groove. You lost your momentum. You got to get it settled in as fast as possible. And your spotter helping you do that. Get back in line. And, they're close. I think they touched right there, Kevin.
Yeah, Chase Elliott just trying to stop the momentum of Tyler Reddick, and once again, it did stop the momentum, and he had to check up, and Chase Elliott went on by.
Here's how this all started.
Yeah. Chastain really drove it off in the corner aggressively, got in the wake of Truex in front of him, slid up the racetrack when he lost his nose, pushed Reddick up. But watch this one.
Yeah, Chase trying to break that momentum of Tyler running the top, and I think he might have touched the wall.
I think Reddick hit the wall on the outside.
Touched the wall right there, checked him up a little bit, and lost another spot.
Sure did.
And I think that might be some of that, what you were talking about. You got to settle back in so you don't make it worse.
Still getting blocked. Big block right there.
Yeah, and I don't think he's happy with Chase Elliott and the way that he side drafted him down the front straightaway. I don't think Chase did anything wrong, but I don't think Tyler appreciated it. Now he's lost a couple more spots, so.
Here comes Logano for ninth.
Well, anytime you hit the wall with that right rear, we've seen it so many times over the years with this race car. You take a chance of bending that toe link and digging yourself a deeper hole.
Well, Chastain was on the way to the front. He's now challenging Truex for second.
Well, we expected Ross Chastain to run well today. He's done his work on the restarts, keeping himself in position. This has been a great racetrack for him. He was runner-up here last year. Jamie?
You're exactly right, Kevin. It's been a great place for them. I know this team was looking forward to coming here today. Up 9 spots. Make that 10 as he gets around Martin Truex Jr. But yesterday I interviewed him during practice. One of those drivers that was visibly shaking about how edgy these cars were around this racetrack. They were able to tighten up that car so it was a little more comfortable for this race. They've been adjusting on it with wedge and air pressure, but right now still a little too tight for his liking, but obviously going in the right direction.
Yeah, well, he shakes a lot. He makes himself shake, but he does it by keeping the gas pedal down and hanging everything out there that he's got on qualifying days and practice and pretty much every lap.
He makes some of his competitors shake too.
Yeah.
Bubba Wallace to the inside of Chris Buescher for 21st. Remember Kyle Larson, the 5, 2 laps down there. Regan.
Well, Mike, you see Michael McDowell passing for 4th, but going by his teammate right there. What a good run for this 34 team right now. Early in the race, a little bit tight in traffic. The last report to the team, though, is that he really likes the car. The further forward he gets, the better it gets, and they needed a good run after a tough few weeks.
Well, we see 3 Fords right there in a row, 4th, 5th, and 6th, and that's the question that we had coming into the day is another mile-and-a-half racetrack. What are these Fords going to look like? This is what the dark horse was. It was designed to be better. It has not been better so far. These guys have had some time to work on them since the last mile-and-a-half racetrack, and Ryan Blaney's been up there and doing pretty good, but now we see McDowell, Gilliland, and Blaney right up there.
Well, when you're off a little bit on speed, what can you do? Not make mistakes, and that's exactly what they've done. Capitalize on other people's mistakes, got that track position that is so important, and taken advantage of it.
29 to go in stage 2. Bunch of Ross Chastain. Is that Ricky Bobby or some reasonable facsimile? Hamlin leading Chastain. This is Josh Berry spinning in turn 2, impacting the wall. And the car is the worse for it. We are 138 laps into the Autotrader Echopark Automotive 400. You know, Dr. Phil rode in the pace car. He was the honorary pace car driver today. I think that 4 team's going to need an intervention.
Yeah, it's been a tough start. We saw him run well at Bristol and Richmond. Made some mistakes on pit road, and today just tough couple of sequences right there.
Well, all right, so what's this do? Gives Bell the lucky dog, right? We still have Larson 2 laps down. That puts him in the next guy to be able to get a lucky dog and get that lap back. That's something to keep an eye. He can still make his way back into this race. 2 lap down is hard to come by, right? Hard to get back from that. But he's the only one after Bell that was a lap down.
Well, you saw Chris Gabehart up on top of Denny Hamlin's box, and this has become a crew chief's chess match at this point.
Oh, Chastain stayed out. Jamie.
Yeah, differing opinions here, and you guys called it. Chris Gabehart on top of the box saying, all right, let's bring it down. Denny says he's fine, doesn't really need any adjustments, Regan.
The 12th car, Ryan Blaney, decides to pit right here. Couldn't really tell his crew chief, Jonathan Hassler, what to do with the car because of the old tires and dirty air that it was in, so that he was in that run, so they're just going to do 4 tires.
A bunch of cars stay out, and there's Ty Gibbs, the first one off pit road with a big gain. We'll sort it all out for you when we come back.
The skyscrapers in the background and Lake Michigan alongside the racetrack.
NASCAR is coming back to Chicago. A 4th of July weekend festival of music and racing through downtown Chicago's iconic streets.
Well, how's the ball, boys? It's gonna be a good one.
The biggest names in music headline the stage, while the brightest stars in NASCAR chase the checkered flag.
That's very cool.
The Chicago Street Race Weekend. For tickets and experiences, visit NASCARChicago.com.
There's been some strange things that have happened to you at this track as well. I think of the parachuter who damaged your car before the race. This was 2012. What do you remember about this whole thing?
Well, I remember going to driver intros, and then I get to my car, and there's no car. And I'm like, where's my car? Well,
where's my car?
That guy's sandbag on the bottom of his flag just completely demolished the left side of my car. So they had to go weld the door back on my car before the race. So
wow.
My car was in the garage getting repaired. They actually delayed the start of the race so that we could fix our car.
You've had an interesting career here.
We definitely have had, not just here, it seems like everywhere. The more we do the podcast and the happy hour podcast on Tuesdays and Thursdays, the more I remember about all the crazy things that have happening. So we had some issues today in our landings, looks like, but I got my door knocked in that day from the sandbag.
Heavy winds today. Those parachutists did a great job.
Anytime you jump out of an airplane and your heart's still beating when you're done, I'd say that's a great landing.
We've got Brett Veach on the show this week, GM of the Kansas City Chiefs. Texas has been a good track. Once we finally broke through, we won a few of them, but it was always a place in the Xfinity car and the trucks that we expected to win.
3 Cup wins, 5 Xfinity wins, and a truck win. So,
yeah, we talked about that truck win this week. That was the year that Kyle Busch wiped out Hornaday under the caution, got suspended on Sunday. Sent my man Josh down there to take care of Kyle Busch. They pulled him out of the trailer, trying to beat up Kyle Busch, and had to go get him out of the hauler afterwards. They took his hard card. So, been a neat place.
All right, couple of penalties. Equipment interference for Daniel Suarez, and Corey LaJoie driving through too many boxes on exit. So the first 5 drivers have been out there since lap 103, leading by Chastain. The next 3 pitted at lap 115. And from Ty Gibbs in 9th on back, everybody just came off pit road. So here we go.
Patiently aggressive for some of these leaders. Keep an eye on Hamlin back there. Gibbs, a lot of cars in front of him stayed out.
Well, you see some big contact with Harrison Burton and Ty Gibbs there. I can't tell who's in front of Harrison, but that's Brad Keselowski. He did not go and is still not going, and they checked that whole lineup with some big contact.
Keselowski is the last of the drivers who have not been to pit road since lap 103.
Oh, McDowell.
Hard hit for Michael McDowell.
Is that bump you were talking about, Kevin?
It's the car has to be pointed straight in those bumps, especially on low tires. We got a lot of cars coming down pit road. Big contact for Michael McDowell.
It was right down on the door of Chastain, racing hard, trying to keep that track position on the outside, staying door to door.
And all those cars that came down pit road did so to avoid the accident, and they are allowed to do that without penalty as long as they cautiously reduce their speed as they're coming down the pit lane.
You know who's a benefactor of that? The 5 car.
Well, he's going to get 1 lap back. He's still got another one to go. I don't know if he spun out over the bump right there, but
This lap is a hard lap to get back.
Yes, you are right about that.
You get back from 2 laps down, you can make the rest of it up.
It looked to me at first glance, let's just, before I open my mouth, watch.
Hard to tell.
Yeah.
It was definitely in the vicinity of that bump. Regardless, thing got loose on the outside, trying to hold position on him.
Well, we'll get a second angle here. 2 very aggressive drivers.
You see that car start to bounce. It's before the bump.
I think it was wiggling, yeah, just to say.
It's definitely rougher, a little bit rougher in the second groove all the way through the groove. There's one big bump about 3/4 of the way through, but it's definitely going to be rougher. But you could see Michael McDowell's car start to bounce, and that really worked the back of that car free.
And here's what Michael McDowell had to say.
Sorry, boys. Just got in that bump and it took off.
Well, there you go.
So no contact. Meanwhile, Josh Berry has been released from the care center. He brought out the last caution on which Christopher Bell got his lap back. So this time, the first car that is laps down is Kyle Larson, who will get 1 of his 2 laps back.
Carnage.
Well,
heard all these guys tell us in pre-race, Kevin, this place is treacherous. You have to be respectful of it, have to be careful. Grip level is down. Guys are getting desperate on these restarts, trying to go for it. Track position's hard to come by. Old tires, new tires, a lot of different scenarios out here.
Well, and into Michael McDowell's wreck right here. It's like what Larry talked about earlier with those bump stops. You run them as close as possible, and when you run that second groove down there, it starts to go over those bumps a little bit harder, and when it does that, it starts to hit those stops harder and makes the car loose.
So the AMR safety team and NASCAR officials, they're talking with Michael McDowell and encourage him to climb out once everything is disconnected.
Yeah, he's tried to get through the opening on pit road, and his car has only 1 tire that looks like it's pointed in the right direction, so can't steer it, so they're going to tow him through the opening.
So Kyle Larson, even though the 2 laps that he lost were the result of a penalty, he is now, having served that penalty, eligible for the free pass and gets 1 of his back as Michael McDowell goes around and into the wall in Texas. Michael McDowell in the 34 has the car get away from him. And away he goes. His string of 3 top 20 finishes in a row here in Texas, it looks like will end today.
Well, it's just what Larry talked about to start the race today. Those bump stops in the back of that car, Michael McDowell just found them, and you heard him talk on the radio about hitting the bump and the stops bottom out. And like Clint and I were talking during the break, he had probably not adjusted his car to run the pace that he was running to lead the race, and probably hasn't run up the racetrack like that, and definitely hasn't run up there running as fast as he just ran. But those hit that bump and those stops bottom out, and the back of the car is coming around.
Yeah, the pace has a lot to do with that. The faster that thing goes, obviously pushes it down more and more into that danger zone of bottoming that car out. You hit a bump like that at that pace, away she goes.
And it's a real balancing act at this racetrack. We touched on it at the beginning of the race. As you see Kyle Larson getting his lap back, getting closer to being back in the game, but it's a balancing act because of how flat turns 1 and 2 are here at Texas. Then you get down to 3 and 4 where all the load is, all the bumps are, and you want to set it as close as possible down there. But with what these guys guessed the pace to be today, they set their heights and their loads and everything on what they think, and just a little bit too much probably for Michael McDowell to be off and hit those bumps and spin the car out with those stops bottoming out.
Corey LaJoie, the only lead lap car to stop as pit road opens. Jamie?
Well, Denny Hamlin opted to come in that last caution there. Chris, you called him in. You guys gave up some valuable track position there. How do you envision this playing out strategy-wise?
Well, it was really straight up with us in the lead there. If it went green to the stage, I felt great about it. And of course, that caution fell at exactly the right time to bring literally the whole field back into the race. So we've got to play a little magic up here, and it depends on when the cautions and how the cautions fall and all that. But the key is we got a really fast car and a fast driver, and those are 2 key ingredients to winning the race.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, his driver, Denny Hamlin, is the only driver to lead every race so far this season. And today, Hamlin's 22 laps led, or the most he has led here since he won in 2019. Saturday on Fox, the United Football League continues with hard-hitting action. DC battles undefeated Birmingham, or you'll see Michigan against San Antonio. Kickoff at 7 Eastern on Fox. Check local listings.
Well, we've noted Ross Chastain being very aggressive.
Whoa. Hey, that's a great shirt. Did you see that guy's shirt? That gray shirt, it said flux capacitor on it.
Let's not get too far past that shirt.
Oh, you mean the blue shirt?
Yeah, that one.
Okay,
right
that
there.
shirt.
Well, what I am seeing is Ross Chastain being very aggressive. You know who's on his outside? Another very aggressive race car driver. Watch this.
Chastain, Stenhouse, and Jones and Keselowski have not been to pit road since lap 103. This could get big. Chase Briscoe way up high. 3 wide.
Tight, clear. Back 23, outside.
Our Toyota spoiler cam. On board Eric Jones, racing Stenhouse for second.
Guys, these are the moments I do not miss. These are the most hectic moments of these races all year, but really hectic here at Texas Motor Speedway because it's so easy for the front of the car to take off. At the exit of turn 2, you have to be on top of your game to anticipate what your car is going to do and try to position yourself in the right spot. So easy to get in trouble right here, Clint.
Oh yeah, I mean it's all aero dependent. Ooh, you cross a wake the wrong way in front of a car. We saw it with Chastain, slid up into Reddick. Most of it down here in 1 and 2.
Brad Keselowski trying to hold on to a top 6 spot. That's Carson Hocevar alongside.
Yeah, it wasn't long ago we were talking about Carson Hocevar spun around off the front bumper of Kyle Busch, and now here he is running 6th.
Now behind these two, Denny Hamlin is the first car on new tires. He and Chase Briscoe trying to come to the front, and looks like Hamlin lost a couple of spots right there.
It's so hard to put yourself, like we talked, in the right position. If you get in the wrong spot, somebody gets checked up, you can lose 2, 3, 4 spots in the blink of an eye.
Well, the business ends 1 and 2. In my opinion, watching this racing, you make the passes in 1 and 2, set them up in 3 and 4. Treacherous off of 4 with that bump. All these guys having trouble getting to the outside, bottoming the car out and spinning out. But we've also seen these guys take that dive bomb to the bottom, lose their nose, slide up into the car on the outside. A lot of passes being made in 1 and 2.
Yeah, and you see Denny Hamlin go underneath Tyler Reddick right there and get all the way beside Ty Gibbs. Gain 2 spots in 1 corner.
Keselowski, Stenhouse both on equal tires as far as when they were last changed. Racing for 4th. Now Kyle Larson is now just 1 lap down, and he's the only car 1 lap down.
And 11 to go in this stage, Mike. He's just riding around out there. He'll be able to capitalize on this stage and get that lap back.
Why is he riding around?
Save them tires.
That's
so he
right.
can stay out.
That's right. Well, you see the 1 car of Ross Chastain leading the race right here. His crew chief's name is Phil Surgeon, and he has surgically put him in position to win this stage.
Ross Chastain and his teammate Daniel Suarez spent Friday up at COTA in Austin, Texas, watching Team Trackhouse's MotoGP team run. Chastain was offered a chance to take a ride on one of those bikes on the back.
I've seen that. My good friend, our good friend Ricky Carmichael, I watched him do that at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and he said it was one of the most thrilling rides he's ever ever taken on a motorcycle in his whole life. So
I'm not getting on the back of one of those guys, twisting the throttle, leaning that thing over, dragging knees.
You won't try it?
Nope, not riding on the back of it. I will do it myself, but I am not riding with you, Kevin. I can promise you.
Well, I'm not driving.
Well, Chastain declined. Something about not being in control.
That's right. It's like riding a horse versus a motorcycle. More than one brain involved, you're in trouble.
Well, look right there. Look at the 11 car as we focus in on the 24 and the 10, but the 11 car of Denny Hamlin, he's all the way back to 13th, Clint. Not sure what's happened to that car on the restart here, but he has definitely lost some spots.
5 spots he's down. All it takes is one checkup. They get together in front of you. It might not even be your behalf. If they get you know, together off of 2, you have to check up to avoid a mishap.
Bubba Wallace goes to 2nd.
It wasn't very long ago he was not very happy with what was going on in the pits and losing track position. All is good in the world. 2nd place.
As a driver, this is a really frustrating racetrack because of all the things that we've been talking about on the restarts and traffic and bumps, and it's just an uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to drive from the time you drive in the tunnel until the time you drive out. It's a tough place to get your car right and feel comfortable driving it.
Well, now you're up here in this perspective and you see what these crew chiefs go through with those drivers whining, and then we got track position back. The way this race is playing out is hectic too.
6 to go in stage 2. We listened in on 6th place Ricky Stenhouse.
You've got to be careful of this bumps in 3 and 4. Obviously, what you've been doing all day, watching those bumps in 3 and 4.
Well, we've talked about them all day. We talked about it before the race. We've talked about it when guys are wrecking, and now they continue to talk about it on the radio. It's a tough spot to put your car and be able to make time, but you know you got to be able to go on the outside.
Now look at this group here. 2 of them are going to get stage points. The rest are not. Here's how this started with Gibbs and Hocevar.
See a huge run by Chase Elliott to get underneath, and Denny Hamlin had a huge run as well.
I was going to say, what huge run were you talking about? Elliott had a huge run on Gibbs. Hamlin had a huge run on Elliott.
Yeah.
That about got big.
And it all funnels down to a really strange entry into turn 1 here.
4th place. Now Blaney's tires are 36 laps newer than Keselowski's. So Brad's doing a great job trying to hang on to a top 5 spot here.
These are huge stage points for Eric Jones, Brad Keselowski.
Well, it wasn't long ago, Clint. Brad Keselowski was the last car on the lead lap, and talking about not wanting to be 3 wide racing for last. And now here he is running 5th. Most likely going to score some stage points.
3 laps to go in the stage. At that next flag, Larry, Kyle Larson will be back on the lead lap.
Well, he will, which will mean he will get the free pass. Now, remember, when you get the free pass, you still have to start at the rear of the field. So in my mind, I'm trying to figure out why is he taking it conservative, because it's not like he can stay out and start at the front, because he's not running more than about 60% throttle anywhere around this track. But remember, 9 sets of tires for this entire race. They are on their 7th set right now, so I think they're just trying to preserve this set of tires.
I think you're right, Larry. I think they know that they're going to have to continue running this set of tires, so he's doing all he can do to take care of those, because he's only got 2 sets left.
And any cars that he passes right now will all be erased at the caution flag when he gets the free pass and has to start out back.
Yeah, why stick your nose in any kind of trouble?
Yeah, why look for trouble?
That's right.
It can find you here. Why go looking for it? Last lap of the stage. 5th place Briscoe Keselowski. 10th is Elliott, poised to get the final stage point, and Ross Chastain picks up the stage 2 win, his first stage win of the year and his first at Texas Motor Speedway. How many times do we say the race can be won or lost on pit road? At least once a week.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's every week.
Yeah.
Whether it's a pit stop or a strategy or whatever that is, there's so much that goes into pit road, and I think Jamie and Regan, they've done a great job on pit road covering these pit crews because they are so important.
Well, it's been really fun covering those pit crews, and they're earning it today as Ross Chastain comes in from the lead. And these drivers have everything going on. Loose, tight. They have to choose their battles, and Ross Chastain saying his biggest problem is tight in 3 and 4. Help him with that, a little air pressure adjustment and 4 tires here, Regan.
43 of Eric Jones trying to figure out how to call the race right to be in the right position at the end of it when it's all done. Right now, a little bit too loose in turns 1 and 2. They're going to tighten up for that in the 12 of Ryan Blaney. Needs help turning into 3, and he's tight on the exit everywhere, just like he has been all day.
So at least second place Bubba Wallace and Harrison Burton did not stop under this caution as Blaney leads them off pit road. For the first time this year, Ross Chastain picks up the stage win.
As we get you ready for stage 3 out at the Texas Motor Speedway, Shannon Spake, Jamie McMurray, an up and down day for a lot of drivers out there, but you have your eyes on Brad Keselowski. Why is that?
Yeah, I do. I mean, look, he started in the 22nd position, and when you look at his day, you're going to see that he fell all the way down into the mid-30s. It looked like he was in trouble, but they've used a little bit of strategy. Matt McCall, they pitted at lap 103, the same strategy that the winner of that last stage, Ross Chastain, was on, and they've got themselves up in a decent position right now. Ross is on a 106 race winless streak. No one is hungrier to be able to get a win today at Texas.
Yeah, don't look now. Kyle Larson back on the lead lap after being 2 laps down.
Yeah, this is going to be the best to watch right now. Larson, who led 77 laps earlier, we know how fast he is. He had the best car, had this weird freak thing with the right rear tire falling off. Going to be the best to watch.
All right, Mike, back to you for the start of stage 3.
All right, thanks, Shannon. Time for our Credit One Bank ones to watch. Clint, what driver not named Kyle Larson are you watching?
3-time winner here. We saw Kyle Larson was fast. He was the second fastest car, in my opinion. Denny Hamlin, 11 car.
Well, I'm going to go with Bubba Wallace. He led 111 laps here, finished 3rd last year, got the lead, stayed out on this strategy. I think he's got something for him.
Well, I have no notes, thanks, Stat Boys, but I'm going to go out on a limb and just trust my gut. Chase Briscoe, he's been the Ford to watch all weekend, had a great rep in qualifying. He's been in the top 10 almost all day and up in the top 5, so keep an eye on that fast Ford.
You don't need stats,
Credit
Mike.
One Bank, ones to watch.
I think the truth is it's anybody's game as long as these cautions keep coming out, huh?
I would agree with you, Clint. This is going to depend on when the caution falls, who hits the strategy right. We talked about the crew chiefs up on the pit box playing a huge role in when to come to pit road and when not to. And I think you're right. I think that's what it's going to come down to. And there's going to be a little bit of gambling, a little bit of luck.
I think that latter thing you just said is a contributing factor, without a doubt.
And the Stat Boys just weighed in. Briscoe's finished top 10 in both of his next-gen car appearances here.
Well, he's looking good. Important race for him. Rush Truck Center's on the side of that car, longtime sponsor of that program. Old Rusty told me, he goes, you know, I've been on the hood for 100 races and I've never won.
Just 100?
100.
Chase said something like 200.
I hate to say that.
I mean, you're responsible for a lot of this.
Half of them.
And he's here today. He's got over 100 customers on hand cheering on his driver, Chase Briscoe.
The best thing I heard from Rusty this morning was he lost his voice.
No, that's normal. But if Rusty thinks he lost his voice, it must be real bad.
If he thinks he lost his voice, was he out with you last night?
No, I know better than that.
All right, stage 3, Wallace and Briscoe on the front row. Burton and Gibbs, Reddick and Elliott. Here we go.
Harrison Burton up there in that 21 car, Wood Brothers. Looking to the inside here for the lead.
3 wide, heading for 3.
Might clear him, guys. Wallace up the racetrack.
Way up the racetrack and into the 14 and around.
Dang it.
Not the last time I trust my gut.
Hey, guys.
Not his
that
fault.
Was both of your picks.
Yeah, we noticed. Well, that's a tough one for Chase Briscoe, who's got a flat right front.
We jinxed him, guys.
And right rear.
We were just talking about him.
Well, you get to go apologize
the
to
old
him.
Booth jinx.
Right.
That is real, by the way, Kevin.
I don't believe it.
See Burton looking the inside off of 2. Drag race is on, getting into 3. All but had him cleared. Bubba really rifled that thing off into the corner. Shot up the racetrack.
He got a little bit loose, had to work his way up the racetrack, and got really lucky.
Briscoe just didn't have anywhere to go.
Yeah, they both got really lucky. They didn't have more damage. See Kyle Larson at the back right there. When he got the lucky dog, he'll now start where he's running.
To be a good vantage point of exactly what happened.
Yep.
Loose, exactly what you said. Saw that thing twitch, has to chase it up the racetrack, ran out of real estate. The rest is history.
Ninth caution flag of the day. "92 laps to go here in Texas."
Oh,
where the fans put on a show.
Yes. What an awesome helmet, Kevin.
The infield at Texas is quite the place. Everybody talks about Talladega, but you can have a lot of fun in this infield, from what I hear.
Yeah, that's what I hear too. I always heard that over the years, Kevin. Things get rowdy down here in Texas. Good culture, good fan base, a lot of fun.
Harrison Burton, your race leader for the Wood brothers in the 21.
How about that? Good on you, Harrison.
His dad, Jeff, scored his first ever career cup win here in 1997. I believe I was in victory lane for CBS that day. Big day. You always love a first-time winner, and that was a great one. It had been anticipated for a while, kind of like when, not if. And, big day for the Burtons.
He's got control of this race, so.
I would say that's Kim Burton.
We found Kim.
If I had to guess.
Yes, Kim Burton, Harrison's mom.
Nervous.
Yep.
It's her baby out there.
All right, Russell's redeemed. He found the shot from 1997. There I am about to interview Jeff Burton in victory lane.
That's cool.
Big win. Driving for Jack Roush in the Excite car that day.
A lot of fun over the years being teammates with Jeff Burton. Both Kevin and I had a lot of fun back then, didn't we?
Yes, we did. Jeff does so much for our sport. On board with Tyler Reddick's Monster Energy camera here.
New shot in the arm for Tyler Reddick. He was very fast in practice, had that long run speed. Lost some track position on that restart, got shoved up the racetrack. It's back. We have it.
Burton and Reddick, Hamlin and Elliott, Smith and Gibbs for the restart. Burton wasted no time. Zane Smith up there in that purple and white car, new player. Gunning for fourth on the inside.
Careful of that outside. Wow. Whoa. I think he caught him almost faster than he anticipated. It's almost like Zane Smith had to check up a little bit. He's trying to crossover, and it happened before he was ready for it.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, Clint, I like what I see out of Chase Elliott today. I love the aggression. We've seen tight side drafting. We've seen pushing, shoving. I want to see an aggressive Chase Elliott like we've seen today. And I think it's paying off for him. It's put him in position over and over and over on these restarts.
Tyler Reddick, crossover move, looking for the lead, and ran out of room on the bottom of the racetrack against Burton.
He was
Goes
looking
up half a lane.
Sorry, he was looking for that crossover, much like you saw now to the outside. Can he make it stick? Stay in there. Yes, sir. Got the pass.
Bumper, you were clear. Focus forward, you'll drive away.
Well, this is what we thought we'd see today. Tyler Reddick leading laps. We thought his car was one of the best cars in practice, qualified well, hasn't flexed his muscle up in the front much.
He's way up the racetrack in the wall. I think it's Nemechek.
It is. We stay green, and he continues.
Whoa!
Almost got run over by Kyle Larson.
Well, he didn't.
He's in the middle of the straightaway.
Didn't stay up.
Turn two,
great.
car in the wall.
Blaney.
Goodness.
Big damage.
And that's a caution. The 10th one of the day. Lap 181.
Ooh, that's a
unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, as we run this race, we talked about it earlier. This is just a really, really edgy racetrack to drive on. As these guys start to push it a little bit more, it's just so easy to get yourself in trouble running up the racetrack. If you get out of the groove just a little bit, the car will step around on you. You try to get a little bit more, it steps out.
He may have got some help. You see that back here, the back of your screen. I think that was Priest was right on his back bumper. I don't know if he did a late block or whatever, but I think he got some help.
Blaney was 15th at the time. Damage to the rear and right rear corner.
Well, I'm sure if he got some help, we're going to hear about it on the radio.
That's that's a good point. If you go back, let's see if they can go back, and as they came into frame, it was definitely very close.
Well, either way, his car's tore up and he's not a player anymore. And man, the attrition rate keeps going up. Ah, it's so hard to tell right there. Yeah, we see Ryan Priest kind of work up the racetrack right there. It's hard to tell what happened on the entry to the corner. So
yeah, it could have been a late block or something.
Yeah, you just never know.
So we'll go to break, working the 10th caution flag of the day, and Tyler Reddick leading in Texas.
It's race day in Las Vegas. Tony Stewart seeks his first career Top Fuel win in the first four-wide race of the 2024 season as 44,000 horsepower is ready to blast off at the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Who will win these coveted Wallies today? Find out next after the Cup race on FS1.
Welcome back to the Autotrader Echopark Automotive 400 at Texas Motor Speedway. Clint's going to give us a lesson here. Cause and effect. There is the cause. There is the effect. Look at this leaderboard and look at the goose eggs of drivers right there who are looking for their first career win in the Cup Series, who are in the top 10.
Hey, cautions are opportunities. We know that. It just might be somebody's day.
Pace car is in. Reddick and Burton up front. Hamlin and Elliott, Smith and Gibbs, Byron and Buscher, Gregson and Truex.
Good launch on the outside by Harrison Burton again.
All 33 cars on track are on the lead lap. Still making repairs to Blaney on pit road, now 2 laps down.
That Truex making a 3-wide peeking on the outside. That's a bold move, Kevin.
Yeah, and a lot of confidence in your car. I mean, it's so easy to step out of the groove right there, but obviously he's been up there to be able to know the grip level. But
wow, Byron pushing his teammate Elliott around them and then following suit. That was another one.
Zane Smith on the bottom trying to go 5th to 2nd. That's not going to happen as Elliott forges ahead.
Well, we talked about it on the last restart. Chase Elliott has been aggressive. Puts himself in P3. See Brad Keselowski shoot out right there to go past Christopher Bell. Christopher Bell still on the lead lap running 20th. No fender. He's got no fender on the right front. This is definitely going to be a battle of attrition because I don't think we've seen our last caution, Clint.
No. And less than 20 laps ago, Ross Chastain was leading. There he is back trying to scramble back into the top 15.
Well, he's making up some ground with good aggressive moves on the restarts. That's how he's made ground all day. You see Eric Jones get a little bit loose. Not enough room for Ross to shoot the gap right there. Going to check him up. Now Ross is going to have to block. the momentum of Austin Cindric on the top.
Do these guys not realize there's 80 laps to go?
Well, it's just so hard to pass in certain situations. Once
but it's easy to wreck.
Yeah. It is easy to wreck, you're right. The restarts are the time that you have to make hay, and you got to be willing to, the guy who's willing to take the most chances will gain the most spots.
Ryan Blaney exited the pits, but they had too many men over the wall working on the car under the damaged vehicle policy on the clock. So he is back in the pits for a 2-lap penalty.
Five's in trouble back here. He can't go anywhere. Lost more track position off of 2.
Well, that's what we talked about earlier, Clint, with that flat tire. How much of that diffuser did it drag off? How bad did it hurt the bottom of the car?
Well, and how much is it trimmed out? That car was in the lead. They were on the pole for the race. They were trimmed out to be in the pole for the race. You get mired back here in traffic, whole different ball game in dirty air.
All right, looking at Larson from the Advent Health camera of Jimmy Johnson. Everybody on the lead lap. Now remember, the last 2 caution periods, Kyle Larson did not stop, so he's on older tires trying to preserve what they have left. Regan?
Well, Mike, just to update Kyle Larson, he just came across the radio, said it is absolutely plowing tight. Doesn't know why, but it's not where he wants it right now as we see contact on the front stretch.
Jimmy Johnson working the throttle from 25th place.
Oh, they're beating and banging on each other, going down the back straightaway, not happy with one another. You couldn't. That was. They actually door slammed one another going down the back straightaway.
Chase Briscoe goes by. And now Harrison Burton, those older tires, telling the tale. Back there at 9th spot against Chris Buescher, who's the one Texas native in this field. Tyler Reddick out in front of Denny Hamlin by 1 second. Chase Elliott 3rd, William Byron 4th, and Jamie, how about Zane Smith in 5th?
Yeah, how about this run for them, running 5th right now? It has been a rough rookie campaign. He's finished 29th or worse in 6 races this year. He ran the truck race here on Friday night. I think that contributed to his confidence. But guys, he just queued up the radio and he said, man, this is a different series up here. It's completely different in this air running with these guys.
Great race that he is having. And back here, this is toward the back of the pack. What a mess.
It is a mess, Mike. I mean, lap after lap, corner, they are all over one another, making dive bombs, passes. You can see the frustration settle in. Nothing is working for this group of cars.
Well, and it wasn't long ago Bubba Wallace was up here leading this race. Kyle Larson has been up front leading the race. So these guys are running 23rd and 24th right now. And you're right. I think they're pretty frustrated with the fact that they're sitting in the back of the pack like that and having to deal with all the dirty air and things that happen.
2 laps ago, Bubba Wallace and Kyle Busch almost door slammed each other. All right, Ryan Blaney going another lap down from Tyler Reddick. Here's his radio about the crash.
Plowing tight back here, dude. Half-back 41. Just be careful with him. Going to push you here. Inside just wrecked us. That's totally sure destroyed. Put down some of your wheels, eh? It's 3 o'clock.
Well, that's what I thought happened, and he said, you heard Fedor say he wrecked us.
71 to go in Texas. Tyler Reddick leading Denny Hamlin by 1.3. We'll take you Fox side by side.
The Busch Guide, cold and smooth survival skills.
Hello?
Should you become stranded, be ready to signal rescuers.
Busch.
How long have I been out here?
About 12 minutes. Head for the mountains.
The outside is also...
Toby, why aren't you eating your Cinnabon pull-apart?
Well, I wanted to save the best part for last, but it's all the best part. It's got the perfect amount of cinnamon all throughout. It's got the ooey gooey frosting dialed on every piece.
Toby, eat your breakfast.
Catherine? How's that helping? It's all the best part!
The best part of Wendy's new Cinnabon pull-apart is all the parts. Now make them a part of your next breakfast.
All the parts you need at the prices you want. Guaranteed to fit every time. So you can keep your ride or die alive.
What does it take to become a legend? Generations of victory?
One of the great masters of the sport.
Motor oil in your veins? Does it take irrational confidence? A little bit of last lap magic? What about fandom that runs in the family? A track where every mile becomes a memory. Or maybe it's simply knowing that new legacies are built one lap at a time.
Brace for impact as the baddest superstars on the planet are unleashed in prime time. Listen to this place! All new Friday Night SmackDown at 8/7 Central on Fox.
It's that time of year again.
Answer the question, ladies.
When the boys in blue don't move, get a much-earned
You should be more nice.
break. Cops Spring Break. New episode Friday on Fox Nation. The only place to watch new episodes of Cops. America is streaming.
201 laps complete. Harrison Burton, you saw pitting from 10th place on a completely different strategy than the rest of the drivers in the top 10, most of whom were on pit road from lap 139 to 143, the exception being Ricky Stenhouse, who pitted some 38 laps later. Stenhouse and Gregson 8th and 9th there, but Tyler Reddick leading Denny Hamlin now by 3 full seconds, and another 3 back to Chase Elliott. Still 32 cars on the lead lap. Burton now 1 lap down after the stop, and Blaney after the crash, long pit stop and penalty, now 8 laps down.
Yeah, it's so mixed up, guys. It's hard to tell exactly who's got a good strategy, who doesn't have a good strategy. We think you're going to see some more cautions, but it's hard to see how this is all going to play out.
So there are these drivers that stop between lap 139 and 143, or about 60 laps to go. What's ahead for them?
Yeah, I would say, Mike, they're going to run here about another maybe 8, 10, 12 laps, get up to about lap 210 or 215. And then everyone, like you mentioned, Stenhouse and those others that pitted at 168, I think they split this stage at half, which is going to have them coming somewhere around lap 220. Strategies all over the place, though.
Well, we saw Kyle Larson kind of back there battling. We thought he was done, and then all of a sudden now he's making up spots back up to 19th spot.
Well, I think they finally stretched out, right? He doesn't mired back in that traffic and that dirty air. I think once he got some space in between these cars, he could go again. I'm wondering if that car was maybe trimmed out a little bit more. Obviously, it sat on the pole. We made note of that in qualifying, how much faster it was down the straightaway.
Austin Cindric onto pit road.
Well, the other thing that we haven't talked about here lately is Tyler Reddick has a 4.7 second lead.
Flying.
He is flying, and that's what we expected. And once he got the clean air and was able to get his car to the front of the pack, he has put the pedal down. He was 0.4 of a second faster than second place that lap of second place of Denny Hamlin. So he is definitely flying. He's up the racetrack in the second groove.
Austin Cindric got 4 new Goodyears and a full tank of fuel, so he is back out there, but loses a lap in the exchange. can't pit, hard to pit under green here and not lose a lap, unless of course you're Tyler Reddick with a big lead. That may draw a few more of them to pit road, but so far not the leaders. Chris Buescher is in for what looks like 4 tires.
Yeah, Mike, you pit here, you're good to go the rest of the way. This will get you to the end on fuel.
Thanks, Larry. So Chastain back up into the top 10 with that pass of Eric Jones.
Well, we've seen these two going at it for the last several laps. Ty Gibbs in 6th, and Martin Truex I feel like he's got a little bit faster car. He's been working the back bumper of Ty Gibbs pretty hard. You see him up the racetrack. That's where I like to run. On those hash marks, they seem to get a little grippy as the race goes on. A little more grip in that second groove, right in the corner on those hash marks. Very technical racetrack. See Martin up the racetrack trying to
chase him up the racetrack a little bit there.
Get him up the racetrack a little bit.
I think he'd had enough.
Yeah, Ty is like, all right, go on.
Justin Haley made his pit stop for 4 tires and fuel.
Yeah, and you see Ricky Stenhouse right there on the inside of Ty Gibbs. They've played a little bit of strategy today, and now they've put themselves in 7th position and been able to maintain that position. So good job by that 47 group today to put Ricky in position to have a chance to run up front.
Race leader Tyler Reddick about to get into a bit of traffic here.
Well, I like the fact that he can do this. He's up in that second groove. Everybody else that he's catching for the most part is on the bottom right there. I feel like that Reddick could probably run the bottom, but it seems like when this groove is moved up, as we see William Byron on pit road.
Well, last week William Byron was the first of the leaders to pit. Jamie?
William Byron been pretty happy with this race car today. Just a little bit tight right now. It was good enough last fall when they went to victory lane. Get enough fuel in it to make it to the end. Almost stalled it right there.
So Byron is out as Chase Elliott, his Hendrick teammate, comes to pit road. Regan.
Chase Elliott continuing to have a very good day. Latest update from the driver has been the car is good. It's secure. He likes what it's been doing, and it's been the case for most of the day so far.
Noah Gragson also getting 4 tires and fuel. And your race leader, Tyler Reddick, on pit road.
There he is.
And Denny Hamlin. Regan.
Tyler Reddick was struggling with the tires as we were having cycles and all those cautions. Said the car was continuing to just act weird for him, but once he was able to get out front, no comments about it since then. Jamie?
His team owner Denny Hamlin said he's really tight. He said this car does something different every single run here. They made a slight adjustment, air pressure for Denny Hamlin.
Trouble on Tyler Reddick. They took a long time on the right side of the car.
Yeah, I think it was a right rear. Mike, you're spot on. Lost a ton of time on pit road. You see Denny Hamlin go right by him.
Well, Reddick had a 6-second lead at the start of this pit stop cycle as Martin Truex is in.
Well, that is gone.
Yep. Stenhouse comes in with Truex. Jimmy Johnson as well.
Well, we see it week after week, Mike. We've seen just trouble after trouble on pit road with mistakes. The pit stops are so short now, you have to be on edge of making a mistake. Week after week, we've seen lug nuts get hung. We've seen guns get jammed. There's just so many things that can go wrong in such a short amount of time on pit road. And Tyler Reddick got bit that time.
And Reddick was maybe the only driver that had a chance to pit under green without losing a lap. And they threw that chance away.
Oh, man, you hear that. Just barely lifted, getting in the corner into turns 3 and 4.
Let's show you the pit stop comparison between Reddick and Hamlin. 7 seconds difference on the stop.
Well, right now Ross Chastain has just lost a 1 second, almost 1 second. He lost 9/10 of a second that lap to Tyler Reddick. So they're going to stay out and make these laps, but it is coming at the cost of a pretty hefty penalty from a time standpoint.
Kyle Larson in for his stop, and here comes Chastain.
Yeah, they had to pit. I mean, it was just too much lap time. Jamie?
Yeah, with 50 laps to go here, they said bring it on down. We're going to take right sides only. Wait on us. We need to get just enough fuel to make it to the end.
Joey Logano becomes the race leader from Keselowski, Preece, and Gilliland. Still 15 cars that have not stopped in this green flag cycle in positions 1 to 15.
Well, you see Joey staying out on the racetrack. Here comes Truex on the pit road. Joey Logano staying out on the racetrack. We saw this work out for Chase Elliott earlier.
And it's the second stop for Truex on this cycle. He had a loose wheel. Here's the first stop on Truex. Left rear, the gun is spinning, but apparently the wheel not locking.
It's like the threads were galled up or something. You can see the gun was having trouble getting it to tighten.
Ah, man.
And here's the 19's radio.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about earlier with Kyle Larson's wheel. It had to feel weird like that on the straightaway, and Martin Truex recognized that and was able to bring his car to pit road before the wheel actually damaged itself, and they were able to tighten that wheel back up. But that's what it feels like when that wheel comes loose, the back moving around.
It cost Truex 2 laps, making the extra stop. So Logano 0.6 of a second up on Keselowski, then Preece. Everybody back to Kaz Grala in 13th. Has not made a stop. Here comes Bubba Wallace. He is one of those 13.
Well, right now Joey Logano wants to most likely run this as far as it will go, like Chase Elliott did earlier, hoping that the caution will come out.
Larry, how long do you think he can go? Logano, that is.
Yeah, Mike, they came in and topped off at lap 175, and we've had 4 or 5 cautions since he topped off with there. I think Paul Wolf says we can't beat him straight up. We're going to do it by a different strategy.
This was big, and we missed it. I'm sorry, it was on me. Reddick passed Hamlin. Obviously, a lot has to happen here. They're still going, but this is essentially the race for the lead. Reddick passed him right here.
Well, Reddick was several tenths of a second faster than Denny Hamlin. He was absolutely flying, catching Denny Hamlin, and he rolled up on him and rolled up on Denny, and Denny was like, you just go on because you are way faster than I am right now.
Now on the scoreboard, they're 13th and 14th, but to Clint's point, they are the first drivers in the race with fresh tires.
Well, the rest of them haven't pitted yet.
Right.
Yep. Fast lap times. I mean, we were all over it with Reddick, the lap times that he was running in the lead. But I thought, you know, when Hamlin beat him off the pit road, no chance he goes back and drives right by him. Did it at will. Very easy.
So the last lap, Reddick 0.6 of a second faster than race leader Joey Logano.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about earlier with the one car. When he had to pit, he was giving up a fair amount of time. You're going to give up a fair amount of lap time, but at some point you've made your bed. You got to let it play out, and if it doesn't work and you don't get a caution, then it is what it is. And for Joey Logano, they weren't having a great day anyway. They were somewhere in the teens, and right now they're hoping that they get some luck to fall their way.
And look at this top 5. Logano with Keselowski, who had a rough start to the day. Preece, LaJoie, and Busch in a backup car who started this race out back. 41 laps to go in Texas. We're going to take you, Fox, side by side.
This is the make or break moment.
Oh my goodness!
Not just for the day, but for the years to come. This is where a race isn't just about the race. It's about the doors it can open.
That kid is amazing.
The number of fans wearing your number. This is the chance to carve your name into the history books. This is the NASCAR Xfinity Series.
Here's one thing we can all agree on. Having more choices beats having less choices. That's why we make a range of Ford F-150 pickups for any job. Whether that job is getting heavy things where they need to go, powering things on the go, or going from 0 to 60 in under 4 seconds. Tough this smart can only be called F-150.
I love your dress.
Oh, thanks. I splurged a little because Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance and I saved hundreds.
That's great.
I know, right? I've been telling everyone.
Liberty.
Did you hear that? I just said her first word. Can you say mama?
Liberty.
Can you say auntie?
Liberty.
How many people did you tell?
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, liberty, liberty. Liberty.
Saturday on FS1, 2 iconic teams take center stage as Betts, Ohtani, Freeman, and the Dodgers battle Alonso, Lindor, and the Mets. Coverage begins Saturday at 3 Eastern on FS1.
What does it take to become a legend? Maybe it's simply knowing that new legacies are built one lap at a time.
We're under caution. It's the 11th caution of the day. Comes out of lap 228. You saw it in the double box, but it's John Hunter Nemechek up on the outside of Austin Cindric, but around he goes hard into the wall.
That thing turned around quick.
It was light on its feet. You could tell it all didn't take much. He barely touched the wheel and that thing came around.
Well, he had some prior damage from let's see, 2 other cautions.
Look at Bubba Wallace.
Whew.
That's a hard shot. I wrecked very similar to that here at Texas in this car, and that's the time that it hit so hard that it hung the top of my foot on the gas pedal and hung it wide open.
Well,
all right, now
several cars here that didn't pit.
My favorite line from Days of Thunder: "You can't pit now, Cole. We're eating ice cream."
Yeah.
Boy, are we.
That's the truth.
Andy's frozen custard.
Yeah, the sponsor of yesterday's race.
That's not right.
It was really good. And I'm sorry to everybody in the production truck. Graham Smith is in charge of ice cream delivery. You can call him, and maybe he'll bring you some. They have a truck here on site.
As good as that Oreo.
And it's really good.
Yep.
We got work to do, guys.
Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski, Ryan Preece, Corey LaJoie, Kyle Busch, Chase Briscoe, Daniel Suarez, all the way back to Kaz Grala. They just got a gift. Christmas is here.
Well, that's what they were hoping for. Sometimes, usually hope is not a good strategy, but today it worked out.
Worked for Chase Elliott. It's worked for Joey Logano. And all of the 12 cars, or 11 cars right behind him. They are the lead lap cars all the way back to Ross Chastain. And other than the 5 that just pitted and are still on the lead lap, here they come. Jamie.
Kyle Busch just said on the radio when the caution came out, we might get lucky here, as you see Brad Keselowski brings it in. Brad optimistic on the radio as well, saying pretty good balance there for that 6. Kyle Busch, they debated what should we do, 2 tires versus 4. 2 tires was the call, Regan.
Ryan Preece has been working on the front side of runs all day long, needing the car to take off better. You see 2 tires there. The balance was okay this run. He liked where it was at in the 22. Joey Logano had some damage to fix the last stop. They were able to do that, and the balance was close for him as well.
And Ryan Preece is going to be the first off pit road ahead of Kyle Busch. And they will line up behind the cars that did not pit under this caution but are on the lead lap.
Oh, come on, Mike. Pick those out for us.
Yeah, there's
Good luck. This has been the craziest, most mixed up race that I have been able to do so far. I was just joking with you there because
I know. I told you. We're busy eating ice cream.
Yeah, it is so mixed up. We've seen people to the front, to the back, in the wall, back to the front.
Put a lot of those guys a lap down. I mean, to your point, there's several cars went a lap down because that just hadn't cycled yet when that caution came out.
So here are the drivers who did stop prior to the caution flag. Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin, Chase Elliott, Byron, Chastain, Smith, Gregson, and Gibbs. Those are the lead lap cars that had stopped under green prior to the caution. See how they line up when scoring cycles around as they come by to complete lap 232, 35 to go. Drivers that got trapped a lap down, unless they get a wave around here, well, a bunch of them will. So let's hold off for that. There will be a bunch of wave arounds for cars that do not pit but are ahead of the race leader behind the caution car, beginning with Gregson.
It's a bunch.
Yep. Gregson, Gibbs, Stenhouse, Jones, Larson, and Buscher, and more.
It's a bunch, and you're running out of time. 35 laps to go. I mean, with cautions or whatever, you're still just running out of opportunities.
Well, now you see the pace car pull over. You see all the wave arounds start to go around. What that means is they're going to be able to pass the pace car and come back to the back of the field to get their lap back and put them back on the lead lap. And Tyler Reddick will settle back in behind the pace car as the leader of the race.
We mentioned earlier, Chris Buscher is the one driver from Texas in this race. Used to be, of course, the Labonte brothers and more. He's from Prosper, Texas. When he grew up there, it was a cow town of about 500 people. But no more. We can't pick on Prosper anymore because all of these star athletes have called Prosper, Texas home.
Wow.
Major League Baseball, NFL, football, even a six-time Olympic figure skate or world figure skating champion have lived in Prosper, Texas. In fact, Dak Prescott has a 9,000 square foot home on 7 acres. No cow town anymore. Prosper is now an affluent north side suburb of Dallas.
That you just read off of Wikipedia. That's exactly what that was right there. I know your knowledge and your absorption level is way greater than Kevin and I's, but that sounded Wikipedia-ish to me.
It is on the Prosper, Texas Wikipedia page. But then we had to research each of those individuals. Well, did they grow up in Prosper? No, the only one that did was Buscher. How many of them still live in Prosper now, Clint?
My man called out a 9,000 square foot home.
Dak Prescott. And Matt Carpenter still lives in the area. His dad was a state championship high school baseball coach in Prosper, Texas.
Well, you read the whole thing. I always get done with like the first sentence.
Well, that's because I didn't go to the stockyards last night.
I always feel like I know more when I get done with every race weekend with Mike, but I always feel like I'm pretty dumb because I don't know that much other than what might be happening on this racetrack at times. So thanks for all the knowledge, Mike. We appreciate that.
Well, let's figure out what's going to happen next, because as we line up, the first half dozen or so cars are going to be those that did not pit under the caution. And they now have 18 laps on their tires. The last 4 or 5 of them under caution as John Hunter Nemechek has been released from the care center.
Got some hungry drivers on the inside of this. Row 1, row 2. Reddick, he wants this win. Been fast all weekend long. Good opportunity for him. But that 9 car, Chase Elliott behind him, you know that boy's hungry. Been a long time for him.
There you go.
Told you.
We've talked about it all day.
Elliott, bottom shot to the lead. Wow.
Chase has been really, really aggressive, and that's the style of race that this has become on the restarts, and Chase has done it. He's put himself in position to take the lead.
Look at this guy.
Chase Elliott looking for his first top 5 finish on a 1.5-mile track in this next generation car.
Well, he's had a couple of the last few weeks, so.
He could care less. As a champion, he could care less about a top 5. He wants this win bad.
Well, I'm telling you what, Clint, I mean, the hunger and desire that I have seen out of Chase Elliott today, I love it.
Been on a little bit of a roll. Last couple weeks, he was really strong. Short tracks were good to him. Just solid, right? Didn't lead a ton of laps or anything else, but he was solid, always in the picture. Man, Busch has been, he had a tough weekend in Texas.
Priest going to thread the needle here between Busch and Suarez.
Oh, that was close. Joey Logano cut him some slack right there and didn't get into the back bumper.
Suarez in 8th after overcoming a penalty earlier.
Well, this race is opened up for anybody.
Yeah.
You know, I think right now Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, Ross Chastain, Tyler Reddick, you know, they're the first 4 cars on the racetrack. But
look at Austin Dillon there. That's the first time we've said, second time we've said his name today.
It's opened up the door for an Austin Dillon to have a good day, a decent finish.
Look at the blocks and the aggression of these guys. I mean, you're focusing on one car, you look in the background, and they're running each other clear to the apron.
Reddick and Chastain are running each other all over the racetrack as they battle for 3rd place.
Can it be? 29 laps to go. Keeping that 11 car behind him. 11 cars make good grip on the long runs, Kevin, all day long.
Reddick trying to set Ross up here. This is for 3rd place.
Well, Reddick needs to make this pass. Like, if he's going to have a chance to win, he needs to make it pretty quick. I still believe he has the fastest car, but this is going to be a tough pass for him to make. We talk about it every week. Ross Chastain is a difficult pass. Here him shifting. They're downshifting from 5th to 4th in turns 1 and 2. Come down to the other end, leaving in 5th gear.
Chastain's doing a fantastic job taking the air off of his nose.
Yeah.
Making him tighten his weight.
Well, watch the way that Ross Chastain will enter this corner. He'll be looking in the mirror, He thinks Tyler's going to run high this time, so he just stays in the high groove. Tyler wants to be in that groove. That's where his car has been the best all day. But Ross is learning what Tyler, he knows. They're feeding him the information to say, hey, he's been running the top. You need to run here. Put your car in front of him.
And the cavalry's coming. Brad Keselowski just made the pass on William Byron. He wants to be up in part of that battle, too. Best run for Keselowski in a while.
Yeah, and what happens in the situation like the 2 cars in front of him with Chastain, he knows that Reddick's car is faster in that groove, but he would have been running there as well if he thought his car was that fast. So it is definitely going to slow those 2 down.
And the however here is Keselowski is on fresher tires than either of these 2.
Reddick definitely rolls the middle with better speed than he does, and you can tell with his throttle. He's free. He's pedaling that thing, driving it with the throttle. Tells you he's loose inside that race car.
You see him driving in there. He's going to wash up the racetrack.
Got it.
So about 1/2.
He better look in his mirror. Here comes Keselowski. Drops to the bottom.
Chastain got tight in his wake, had to lift out of the gas. Keselowski around him.
Well, and Brad is another car that was at the back of the pack the first stage of this race, and now he's in a position. He's got better tires. He's worked on his car all day, survived the attrition of everything that's been going on, and I believe he can utilize those better tires to make himself competitive with these 3 cars in front of him.
And that's a huge turnaround, because at the start of the race he drifted straight to the back. Keselowski.
It was pathetically bad at the beginning of the race, and now look at it.
Do you remember, though? Remember listening to his in-car. They were trying to put him 3 wide on the outside. He said, no way. This is dumb. We're going to get out of this thing. We're going to survive to see a better day. Had some good fortune come his way with the way the strategy's played out. He's has the upper hand with tires. That's because he's a, look at this, pass for the lead, Denny Hamlin.
Hamlin into 3 outside of Elliott. Their last lap was about 0.2 slower than the cars chasing them as they battle hard. A foot apart. Dead heat at the line.
See Chase have to lift out of the gas.
Oh, go. Car in the wall. 45.
Yeah.
Turn 2.
I heard the in-car. I heard that somebody had to lift. I don't know what exactly happened there, but obviously Tyler Reddick got the short end of it.
It's like the left rears.
Yeah, I think the 6 got loose probably and got up into the side of the 45. I heard.
We stay green with 21 to go. There's a look on the right.
Oh, no.
No contact.
That was Tyler Reddick's car that I heard lift in my ear.
Yep.
He just got loose.
Great save. I saw something down on the side skirt flapping. I thought it looked like it was it. Wow.
Hear the tires
What a
squealing.
save.
You could hear the tires squealing right there.
Great save for Reddick, who is now 8th.
You can see him immediately starting to saw on the wheel, trying to clean those tires up.
Keselowski last lap 4/10 faster than either Hamlin or Elliott. Larry?
Yeah, we've had 2 Gen 7 car races here at Texas. The average of the last caution, Mike, is around 18 to go, 2 laps from now. We've not had an overtime finish, but remember, our last 2 races at Richmond and Martinsville, we did have an overtime.
We've had a little bit of everything today.
Well, what we've got right now is the onboard camera of the fastest car on the racetrack. So it's going to be interesting to see if Brad's car will stay that way as we continue with this run. But he's been a couple tenths faster, a tenth and a half faster that lap.
Reddick fighting back against Briscoe. This will be for 7th. Coming up after today's Cup race in Texas, the NHRA 4-wide Nationals from Las Vegas. That coverage here on FS1 will follow the Cup race. $18 laps to go in Texas. In case you missed it, let's get you caught up here. It's been an eventful day.
Check up here, check up here, check up here. Easy, right in the middle of the track. Hang on, we're in it. Dock him in here.
I think I have a flat tire. Yeah, it's definitely flat right rear.
Right rear.
Or the whole wheel's gone, I think.
Yeah, except for the whole wheel.
11 caution flags total, including the 2 stage breaks. And 5 cars out of the race, not including these 2. Major damage to Blaney. He's now 10 laps down. And out of race, John Hunter Nemechek, Michael McDowell, Josh Berry, Alex Bowman, and the 33, the 3rd Childress car, driven by Austin Hill.
Blaney had a lot more help than I thought. If I saw that in-car right there, Kevin.
Yeah, and usually when something's that aggressive, there's probably several things that happen before that.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit of blocking, irritation.
Well, they're the 2 drivers highest on the since last win streak. Brad Kay and Chase Elliott.
I think Brad Keselowski's car is definitely faster than these 2, but now it's the good on the tires is kind of leveling out, and it's not as easy to pass as it was 10 laps ago.
Losing your upper hand, you saw it right there. He had to lift out of the gas, got tight, and away could Chase Elliott. Tells you, just like you said, starting to lose the goodie in the good years.
Well, behind them, 4th and oh boy, Ricky Stenhouse.
Well, you were off a couple laps, but not by much, Larry. There it is.
12th caution flag, lap 254.
Oh my, this changes stuff again.
Right side's down. Wow. Stenhouse was 19th and on the lead lap. And we'll try to limp it back to pit road.
Is it too late for those tires that we spoke of on Keselowski? Take advantage of this restart?
I mean, they're definitely fresher.
He just had to lift to keep from running over Gibbs. I don't know why he caught him so fast, but then he got up on the marbles, and you can see it shooting out behind the car there.
Larry says those two have been running each other hard for the last 5 laps. Well, Larry, does this, with all the differing strategies today, does this change anything?
You know, Mike, I just think track position is so important. I look at Brad Keselowski in that 6. You guys said it. I think he's got a faster race car. If this caution benefits anybody, it's certainly Brad on those fresher tires. But no different than the last restart, and you guys know it. It's going to be all about this restart. That's what it's going to be all about.
Absolutely.
Well, what do you think about this, Larry? You think that's the last caution?
Absolutely not.
I don't either.
Yeah, it just might be at the front of this thing.
Yeah,
it's going to be some aggression.
It was the last time we were here. It was, you know, Kyle Larson spun out.
Chase Elliott's not done.
He's been really good on the restarts.
Yes, sir.
Maybe, just maybe, dare I wish for a finish like in yesterday's Xfinity Series race. Sam Mayer ran down Ryan Sieg, who had about a 20 car length lead, past him going into turn 3. Sieg crosses under, and there is the margin. An inch or so. Sam Mayer denies Ryan Sieg his first win in 400+ Xfinity races and the first win for Ford in a NASCAR National Series this season. That's how close it was.
It was a heartbreaker for Ryan Sieg. I've always been a fan of his. He's done a lot with a little over the years, and he just about had that job done. Man, it was so close. I mean, was it a half inch? 180 mile an hour, a half inch finish. I'll take that. You're right, Mike. I like that. I will take that same exact photo finish.
Denny Hamlin is your race leader. We listened in.
We have not had this go our way caution-wise, but we're going to win it anyway. It don't matter. We are staying out. You were better than them behind you slightly. Just think about what you need for the restart.
Well, knowing what you know, Clint, you believe all that comment?
Well, I like the confidence.
Yeah.
You know, I like the fact that he believes in his driver, and he should. As many races and as good as he is, but you're also, as Larry alluded to, you're staying out here. You're not going to come in and take tires. There's no time to make that up. And you've got a whale of a driver behind the wheel, but I don't think it's going to be as easy as he just
well,
said.
No. All right, so Hamlin's going to take the inside for the restart. Every leader has done that today. If he takes the inside, does Chase Elliott take the outside, or does he go for the bottom shot off turn 2 that has worked well for him all day long?
I don't know. I don't know that you want to give that 6 car the front row. I think that he is the best car. He's got the freshest tires, and I think if you give him the front row, I think he might drive by him.
What do you do if you're the 9, though, and you stay on that outside? It's Larry or Mike alluded to right there. It does not prevail.
Well, the good news is I'm sitting up here and I don't have to make that decision.
Jamie.
Well, Brad Keselowski and the 6 team, they were disappointed when they unloaded yesterday. I know Brad just wasn't optimistic coming into today, Matt, but you guys have made some good adjustments to this car. Now you're in position. You're on older tires, though. What do you think you have for the 2 guys ahead of you?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we got lucky with that caution there to help track position. Brad thought the car's been pretty good the whole time, but this restart will be a lot of fun, so Brad's ready for it. We'll see what happens.
Well, he's got some laps on his tires, fewer than the guys ahead of him, so that should help, Mike.
Thanks, Jamie. All right, everybody from 21st on back pitted, and why not? With 10 laps to go. Everybody in the top 20 stayed out. The drivers on the oldest tires are Byron and Reddick in 6th and 7th. Elliott and Hamlin 2nd and 1st. And Chastain out of the top 10. They have the oldest tires. The drivers on the fresh tires, you mentioned Keselowski, Suarez, Briscoe, Preece, and Logano have the freshest tires among the top 10.
One thing I notice under all these cautions is just how much bigger swipes that Ross Chastain takes than a lot of these guys under the caution, warming their tires up. He'll do it all the way coming over to the restart zone.
Well, it's time to get him warmed up, get him cleaned up.
When he gets down there to turn 1,
all right,
old tires, that thing's got to go left.
Most important shoes of the day: Hamlin inside, Elliott outside, and Keselowski second row inside.
Well, you know Brad Keselowski is going to want to go 3 wide and put himself in a position to try to force the lead going into turn 1, and Denny Hamlin is going to want to block. So this is going to be aggressive, and like you said, Clint, they're going to have their elbows out.
So far this year has belonged to Hendrick Motorsports. William Byron leading the league with 3, and Joe Gibbs Racing, Denny Hamlin with 2. Daniel Suarez for Trackhouse. Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell.
Well, if you're Chase Elliott on the outside, you can't afford for that to happen. If Brad gets to the inside of him and you're 3 wide getting into 1, you're in trouble.
Ricky Bobby's made an appearance. And have we mentioned Ross Chastain, who will be right there as well in 4th on the restart.
Just look at him there, Clint.
Suarez, Byron right behind them. Reddick and Briscoe. Dillon and Preece. That's your top 10.
This has got all the ingredients to get wild right here.
31 lead lap cars, including Martin Truex, who got the free pass. As we get set to settle this, they'll have 8 laps to race. We're back to green.
Connected pretty good on the outside. Good push by Chastain. Chase Elliott gets in with him. Can he stay in the throttle?
He's there, Clint.
Oh, wrecking behind him. That's Larson. Got it gathered up. Nope, caution. Who was in the lead? Who was in the lead, guys?
In the back.
I think Chase Elliott may have the lead.
It's going to be close.
I believe you're right. So scoring on these cautions goes back to the last scoring loop crossed before the button was pushed for the yellow lights.
And it's very close.
And we'll await NASCAR's ruling. Elliott's the leader, we're told. Here's what happened to Kyle Larson. He and Zane Smith side by side, 4 wide.
4 wide, yeah.
16 got into Smith, who got into Larson.
Yeah, and Larson, yeah, he was just happened to be the top car. He did not expect 3 cars to be below him, and it's just not that wide right there. And Zane got a little contact from the car below him and up into the 5 to spin him around.
It was one of those so on and so on and so on.
Yeah, and Larson just never could clear the middle of the pack to get himself back in contention.
This was big for Chase Elliott. That was a big win for him.
So now what do? He just took the lead on the outside. Do you pick the outside again?
Heck no. He took the lead because of the guy behind him. He took the lead because Chastain gave him a great push getting off into 1, got established in the track position with Hamlin, and the rest was history. You go back down to the bottom and you get them elbows up and you block big time. Get a good jump. Not too early.
Well, if we end up with Chastain and Keselowski in row 2 for this restart, they're the best pushers here.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't know that you want to give up the bottom, but I don't think it. Oh my gosh, look how close that was.
That's how close it was, and that's where the drivers were positioned according to GPS data at the last scoring loop crossed before the yellow lights came on.
Huge.
I think you could take the lead on the bottom or the top right here, Clint. I think it all depends on
help from behind,
how good your push is.
He did a good job. I'm talking about Chase Elliott. Did a good job with the jump, but absolutely had that connection. You saw it with Chastain from the word go. Chastain was pushing on that bumper. They were behind a little bit at first, and he pushed him straight by the leader, Denny Hamlin. Chase Elliott's been on it on these restarts.
Yes.
You can tell the hunger. He's focused. He's sharp. He's on the ball.
So if Hamlin chooses first row outside, and we think he will, that would put Chastain behind Elliott and Keselowski behind Hamlin.
Maybe.
Well, you're right, maybe. Regan?
Well, Alan Gustafson has gotten his driver Chase Elliott into position. You guys been good all day. Good strategy calls. Everything working out. Has he got enough as he's going to have conversation? Has he got enough here at the end to hold it off?
Yeah, I think so. It's super close, so it's going to be, touch and go here. Restarts are tough, but super proud of the team. I want to take a second to say condolences to the Labonte family. They've been huge in my career, so yeah, you know, it's sad to lose Bob like that. So thinking about them, but yeah, I think we got a great shot. Super proud of the guys. I think Chase is going to have to get it done.
All right, good luck. Thanks.
Great leader right there, Clint. Huge Alan Gustafson fan, and I like the fire that Alan has. I've always admired the fact that he just loves what he does, and just a great crew chief.
You absolutely don't have to wonder who he's rooting for and who his guy is. Always standing beside his man.
Well, there you go. Ross Chastain picked the top, Mike. So he went from 3rd to 4th to have the top lane, and that's what. Oh no, never mind. What am I talking about? Yeah, what a mess.
I'll tell you what.
I was so excited.
I know. We'll re-rack this in a. I did it last week. We'll re-rack this in a lap, and we'll get the choose for you right now. Let's check in with Shannon and Jamie Mack.
All right, exciting stuff happening at Texas Motor Speedway. Chase Elliott chooses the inside line. Where do you want to line up?
Well, I want to line up on the outside. That's what got Chase Elliott the lead. He had that great push from Ross Chastain, so I would want to get in that same position. Watching the balance of his car, it looked like it was tight when Denny was able to pass him. I would want to give Denny the outside.
You talk about pushers, talk about aggressive guys. You've got two of the best, as you just heard the guys in the booth say with Keselowski and Chastain. You know those guys want to get to victory lane themselves. Who do you want behind you?
Well, they're all going to be aggressive right here. I mean, it's going to be, you know, come down to the finish. Everybody's going to be aggressive at this point in the race. Chase Elliott, though, I think has been the most aggressive guy in the race, and that's what's got him in the position that he is in.
42 race winless streak for Chase Elliott, 106 for Brad Keselowski. Mike, you know those guys are super hungry to get to victory lane.
Oh, absolutely, Shannon. And we have just 5 laps to go. Remember, William Byron led only the last 6 laps here last year after getting the lead on a late restart. Chase Elliott in the number 9 Talladega, fall of 2022. 5 wide behind him, but he went to victory lane, and that was the most recent time. Had a tough 2023, had to sit out for a couple of stretches, but now I'm seeing a Chase Elliott today that I haven't seen show up in all of the latter half of 2023 or in the first 8 races of this season.
I like it, Mike. I love how aggressive he has been. We've talked about it all day. Right from the drop of the green flag, he has been side drafting, pushing 3 wide, doing everything that he needs to do to fight every single lap to gain a spot.
Always a total team effort. Good organization. His teammates have been winning races. They've been getting better, bouncing back from last year. All this stuff that happened with Chase Elliott, the injury, all the stuff, right? Finally, all the pieces of the puzzle are coming back to the table, getting them put together correctly. I think this has been in the works for a long time, but it's not over. You've got a 53-time race winner on that outside. Don't forget that.
Now, Denny Hamlin's been to victory lane 5 times since Chase Elliott last won.
Chastain, always super aggressive on this. Probably going to be the inside of him giving a push. Well, he tried to put him 3 wide, shove him out. The elbows, the gloves are off, elbows up.
Zane Smith, Kyle Larson make late pit stops here. All right, now Kevin.
Well, now he's on the bottom. Chastain's on the bottom.
It was more exciting when you called it the first time.
It was very, very. I was really surprised that he went to the top, but I wouldn't have. Yeah,
it's all good. Believe me, it's all good.
Yeah,
a lot of things have happened today. That's just one of them.
There's a lot to
put it aside.
It's still going to come down to the second row and who gets the best push.
Exactly.
Whether you're top or bottom, it's going to come down to the second row, and who can get attached and push as far as you can into the corner.
All right, how far can you push into the corner?
Farther than you pushed all day.
You remember when Keselowski pushed Gordon and then shoved him 3 wide?
Yeah.
You remember that, right, Kevin?
That's right.
You pushed him back into the fight after the race.
Right. Get in there, boy.
13 caution flags, including the 2 stage breaks.
Do you go early in the box? Keyword, do you go in the restart box? You go early or late? What do you do?
You better go in the box, because if not, you're going to get a penalty.
Right.
You will be the first example.
How about Reddick back up into contention? He and Briscoe have the 4th row. Byron and Suarez the 3rd row. Preece and Dillon, Austin Dillon, the 5th row. Elliott, Hamlin, Chastain, Keselowski, Pace car is in. Here we go.
Got a good jump on Chastain. Both cars have gaps behind them. It'll be a two-horse battle, 1 and 2. Hamlin holding strong on that outside, probably stronger than anybody has so far.
And Brad Keselowski just could not get his car rotated in the middle of the corner.
Into 3.
Clear? He's
Elliott
clear.
clears, and around goes Hamlin in the wall. Denny Hamlin crashes.
Turn 4.
Before Elliott makes it to the white flag, so we will re-rack and do it again.
Danny was trying to hold tight in his right rear, and I think Chase Elliott was wanting clear. Aggression, we knew it. Both of those guys going for it. That's all you can ask for.
One thing's for sure, nobody's sitting down.
Yeah, and you see Chase Elliott come up the racetrack right there just a little bit, and a lot of times what happens when those cars get offset by a half a car length right there, it puts a lot of air on that right front fender and just gives that right front a little more grip than it's had all day, and we know how edgy these cars are, and it just turned that 11 car around.
That's two guys going for it.
Yeah.
Neither one of them lifted.
And that's what you would expect. I would expect Denny Hamlin to keep the gas pedal down, and he has nothing to lose at this point but try to win the race.
So we'll try it again. Hamlin is still on the lead lap, though back in 32nd place.
Well, we got a new player in the top 4, William Byron, always sticking around, putting himself in position, grinding them out to stay alive all day.
I like what you said, but as aggressive as Denny Hamlin is, there's one of them out there that's more aggressive, and that one of them is number 1, Chastain.
Well, let's walk you through this race. As you can see by the yellow slashes at the top left of the screen, it's been an eventful one. Each one of those is a caution flag. That is Christopher Bell at lap 100. And a bit later, lap 114, Carson Hocevar goes around with Kyle Larson. Josh Berry twice. The last one took him out of the race. Michael McDowell crashes. Bubba Wallace goes for a spin. Ryan Blaney off of Ryan Preece, John Hunter Nemechek, Ricky Stenhouse, Larson. And that's about half of what's happened today. And just now, while racing to the white flag, Denny Hamlin. It is the 3rd time today the 2nd place driver has crashed. Michael McDowell, Bubba Wallace, now Denny Hamlin.
And every one of them have been on the outside.
Yep.
And all in turns 3 and 4.
Jamie?
Phil Surgeon for Ross Chastain. You guys are in 2nd right now, looking for your first win of the season. Do you think he has anything for Chase Elliott here on this restart?
Yeah, the restarts have been crazy and been really good for us. We felt really strong in both lanes, and yeah, feeling good about it.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
So if you're joining us from the Masters, where Scott Scheffler has won by 4 strokes, keep an eye on William Byron. Byron has been to the Masters twice, and before racing was an avid golfer. His handicap has been as low as 8.
My handicap's not good.
Larry reminds us that last September, William Byron, who went to victory lane here, didn't lead until the final restart.
Well, it's going to get aggressive, just like it did on the last one. But like Clint said, you have more aggression on the outside. We didn't see Brad Keselowski get a very good restart last time. Both of the second row starters last time did not get attached to the front. So if they can get attached to the front cars this time, could play a big factor.
Here's Ross Chastain's radio.
All right. Well, now we get to have the conversation with them about not doing that to us.
Yeah, copy that.
Well, I'm not exactly sure.
Not pushing too hard?
I'm not sure.
I wonder.
Got to switch up your jump. He went about right in the middle of the restart zone last time, so look for him to shake it up a little bit against Chastain. That's just gamesmanship of keeping them guessing and when you're going to launch.
Now on the last restart, there was no pushing from the second to the first row going into turn one. They were pretty well separated, row 2 and row 3, from the first row.
Well, that launch in which where you do that inside that restart is what dictates that, right? If you catch them off guard, you're watching your mirror, you're listening to his body, you're watching the car on the outside. Lots of manage right here for Chase Elliott.
All right, here is overtime, sponsored by Credit One Bank. Even at the line. Whoa, Keselowski gave Elliott quite a shove there. Got him a little squirrely. Oh, turn 2 in the back.
Put it out, turn 2.
And in the wall.
I think he was definitely still in the lead.
Harrison Burton rolls away. There's one car left up there. Might be the 16 of Kaz Grala. So we'll re-rack and do it again.
Pressure continues, huh?
Yeah, our yellow lines are blending together up top for the amount of cautions that we've had. There are not any more restarts that are more stressful than Texas restarts, and the later they get, the more aggressive that they get, and it's just, there's not much room to push harder.
Well, you're out of options too when you're back there. I mean, we've already seen 4 wide, 3 wide in front of them. They're all over the place. Desperation sets in, you're going for it.
Kaz Grala was the other car involved with Harrison Burton toward the back of the pack there. And we go right back to the same rules. Green, white, checker. If the leader takes the white under green, next flag ends the race. And coming up next on FS1, the NHRA 4 Wide Nationals from Las Vegas.
You know, there's always an oh by the way. Now we're assuming every time every time these cars last pitted on pit road that they definitely got it full of fuel. If that's the case, we're good to go. We've run a lot of cautions. As long as they're full, we'll be okay to make it to the end. But there's always that oh by the way.
You hear a lot of these guys. It's like riding on board with Eric Jones there with the ignition off, coasting around. There's 2 reasons why you do that, Kevin.
Yeah, you're trying to save fuel, but really the main reason that you shut the engine off under caution is to try to cool the engine, and you hold the gas pedal all the way down while the engine is off to run air through that intake manifold to get the intake manifold as cool as possible. So you want the water in the radiator to get as cool as possible. You want the intake manifold to get as cool as possible because that will help make horsepower.
Well, we've now tied for the most cautions ever in a 400-mile race on a 1.5-mile track. This is the second 400-miler at Texas, which now has the 1 Cup race a year. And talking to Speedway Motorsports and our friends next door, they say they prefer the spring date to the fall date that they had. They prefer not going up against the National Football League to draw fans to their track, and they like the new date and had a nice crowd on hand here to see it. Here's Chase Elliott's.
Safe. Coast it all the way around here.
Max save it. Got to save a bunch here.
Trey Poole, the spotter. Alan Gustafson, the crew chief.
I don't like the way that sounded, Clint.
Got to save as much as he can.
Well, they were last on pit road at lap 212. Same time as William Byron, Tyler Reddick, Ty Gibbs, Chris Buescher 207, and Ross Chastain lap 218. So if there is a concern, it's going to be in the pits of the 9, the 24, the 45, the 54, and the 17.
There it is. Chooses back. One to go. Back on the bottom goes Elliott. Chastain on his outside. The pushes are going to come from Keselowski on the bottom, Byron on the outside.
So Larry, when you do a timed pit stop toward the end of the race on what you hope will be your last stop, how many overtimes do you plan for?
There's just no way to plan for it, Mike. You know, you'd like to know exactly how many there was going to be. There's no way to plan on that. And the bottom line is you just want you want to minimize your time on pit road. And that's getting those 4 tires on and put whatever fuel you can, especially if you can make it to the end.
Well, all right. So do you have enough gas for 1 overtime maybe, or do you plan for 2 or none?
Mike's decisions like that is the reason I'm follically challenged today.
I get it.
Whatever you got's what you got. You're going to go for it at this point.
Well, that's one reason why you save every caution, because you have no idea how the end of these races are going to play out.
They've told Chase Elliott, you have enough fuel for 1 more green-white checker.
But we're about to find out.
This launch and where you do it is so important.
It looks like Elliott's been starting deep in the box the last 2 times, and now they come off right even again.
You see him wait for Keselowski that was rolling to him. As soon as that stopped, that momentum, he took off.
Ross Chastain's still going to be on the outside when they get to the exit of turn 2, so it's going to come down to turn 3. You see a great run by Ross Chastain down the back straightaway. Chase Elliott side draft to try to slow that down.
3 wide mid-pack, but everybody clean as we watch the leaders. Chase Elliott,
he's clear.
Clears Chastain for the lead.
He's going to make it to the white flag too. The race is going to be official.
Byron takes 3rd from Keselowski. Final lap. Keselowski turns the 1.
Byron
into the wall. Yellow. It's over.
Chase Elliott's your winner, folks. He is back. Oh, big win for them guys.
The leader did receive a white.
Boys, you're going to Dawsonville. Chase Elliott wins the Autotrader Echopark Automotive 400 on an overtime restart for his 19th career victory.
Chastain is not going to finish this race. It was actually off the bumper of Byron. He was slowing that outside as Byron was approaching him.
And that's the 4th time today the 2nd place car has crashed.
Well, what a great day for Chase Elliott. We talked about it from the very beginning. That was a very aggressive Chase Elliott. We've talked about the struggles. We've talked about everything that he's been through. Today, he did not drive like he had those struggles, and he had a great car underneath him as well.
You're going to see a lot of emotion out of him today.
All right, let's back it up.
Well, you saw Ross Chastain.
I'm going to say Chastain gave him a lot of room. He was cordial to him, got this big run. Chase Dort gave him a little bit, got a big run momentum-wise there. Was able to leave the throttle wide open down here in 3 and 4, gets the lead. But I want to see when we come around here what happened off of 2. See Byron edge out Keselowski.
Yeah, you saw Keselowski get loose right there as Byron came across his nose to take the line.
Chastain got high.
Yeah.
What happened? He got high and had to lift.
Yeah. And I just don't think that the 24 car expected.
Watch how fast he's catching him right there. It's just at that point you can't react that fast. That was an unfortunate ending for Chastain's great day that he had.
And Ross Chastain will finish 32nd.
Well, what a great day for Chase Elliott. He is such an important part of this sport. Family has a great heritage in this sport with his father and family and their race teams. And, you know, we've talked about the struggles, but today they have turned it around. These fans have all been waiting for this, and I love the fact that he's doing the Polish victory lap there and waving to those fans.
Well, you said it. He has an army of fans. NASCAR's most popular driver several years in a row. His father was before him. The Elliott name is huge in this sport, and he just answered for him, delivered back in victory lane.
Elliott gets his first win at Texas in his 14th start. His previous best here was 4th. And it's the first time he's had even a top 5, let alone a win in this next-gen car. That's on a mile and a half.
Took the words out of my mouth. This next-gen car's been a struggle for him, and they're slowly but surely figuring it out. The last few races have been quietly solid, top 5 finishes, and now we're in victory lane.
Well, it's been no secret that he's talked about the struggles with this car, because let's face it, this car, you have to drive different. You have to do different things with your hands and your feet. The way that it feels is different, and it's been a struggle for Chase, especially on these bigger racetracks, but today they put it all together.
We saw a different Chase Elliott today than we've seen this season and since he came back in 2023.
There was a lot of want in the Chase Elliott today.
William Byron is now credited with a 2nd place finish. Brad Keselowski 3rd, Tyler Reddick, Daniel Suarez, the top 5. This day's been a long time coming.
Well, it's got to feel good. I know it feels good. You've been there, Clint. Not one in a long time to stand up on top of that car, hear the crowd cheer, and the relief that comes with that.
That's really what it is, relief. He knew he was capable of doing it. He knew he was with the right team, right crew chief. Finally got it put together. Another 1-2 finish for HMS, by the way. Keselowski, before we get to Chase real quick, I want to tell you that's a whale of a job by him. Good turnaround. Reddick had a good weekend. Suarez top 5.
Regan Smith.
We see the look of relief on Chase Elliott's face. The 42 race drought is over. You drove intensely today. You did everything just right. How does it feel?
Oh man, it couldn't feel any better. First off, thanks to everybody that came out today. You guys are unbelievable. What a Hooters has been a partner of ours for a number of years now, and it's been a dream of mine to pay respect to the late Alan Kawicki and driving this car to a victory and being able to do a Polish victory lap, and just really crazy how things came full circle there in that moment. It was pretty emotional for me. Just, he beat Dad back in the day, and here we are, sharing, his sponsor and having an opportunity to win today. So just, man, couldn't be more grateful for this journey and kind of the path that, hasn't always been fun, but, certainly have enjoyed working with our guys. We've been just working really hard and really well together, and like I said, it hadn't always been fun, but we've enjoyed the fight together.
You mentioned you guys have been fighting together. Today, it was a fight on the racetrack all day long. That race looked like it was crazy to drive. How intense was it on the track with all the slipping and sliding?
Yeah, it was just crazy. This place is just so, so sketchy, and I haven't seen a replay of, of Denny and us. I don't really know. I didn't feel like I did anything super crazy there any more than anybody's ever done to me. Just had to run forward, and I want to look at it, but I didn't feel like I did anything to crash him. I think just the circumstances, but nonetheless, apologies to him if so, but couldn't be more proud of our team. Thanks to our partners at Napa and Chevrolet. Everybody at Hendrick Motorsports had a big week last week. Boss, thank you. Thank you for sticking with me, and just really, really proud of this. And appreciate all the folks back home that have stuck with me and helped us get back on track.
Chase Elliott, your winner in Texas.
And Brad Keselowski brings it home third. And Brad, best finish at Texas since 2015. You weren't very optimistic coming into this one. How did you overcome and get this great finish today?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure we finished third. I got to see the replay from NASCAR on that first before I'm going to concede that. But, you know, we didn't have a ton of speed. You know, honestly, like I'm more frustrated than anything because I feel like we have a great team and we don't have the speed to go with it. And we're doing all we can do to overcome that. You know, the driver in me is frustrated because I feel like these are races I'm good enough to win, and we don't have the speed to do it. And the owner is mad as hell because it's my fault for not making the cars faster. So, but still proud of the team that we have the pit stops and the strategy and the execution to put ourselves in position to get a finish we probably didn't deserve, but earned with kind of some never give up spirit in him.
Well done. We'll see you at the Super Speedway next week.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Mike.
Brad Keselowski, NASCAR unofficially has him third behind William Byron in the rundown, and Chase Elliott breaks that winless streak and goes to victory lane in Texas, his first win on a mile-and-a-half in a next-gen car. Next week, we'll be at Talladega, Raceway 2 Eastern on Fox, and the Cup Series race 3 p.m. Eastern on Fox. We'll see you there. The NHRA is next. Chase Elliott overcomes overtime and drives to victory lane in Texas.